The second session of the Senate, the first regular session of the 19th Congress, is hereby called to order. Our dear colleague from Aurora, from the great province of Aurora, Senator Sani Angara, will lead us in prayer.
Thank you, Mr. President. Panginoon, naway pagpalain ninyo kami ng inyong kapangyarihan at pagkalinga upang sa mga panahon ng matinding pag-aalinlangan, patuloy pa rin namin matutulungan ang ating mga kababayan at maahon ang bansa mula sa krisis. Father, today as we gather in this August chamber with colleagues new and renewed, we embark once again on the very important task of crafting legislation. Our people have been facing very serious challenges. It is upon us, legislators, to deliberate and find possible solutions to carve out for them a path out of adversity and towards prosperity. May the unity that brings us together today be the bridge to realizing our collective aspirations for the nation. It is a unity born from our shared desire to work hand in hand for the benefit of our countrymen and build a better Philippines for everyone. Maraming salamat para sa pagkakataon na kami magkaisa at magserbisyo para sa ikaunlad ng bayan. Dalangin namin na manatili ang pagkakaisa na ito dahil sa ganitong paraan lamang magbubunga ang pagsisikap naming mambabatas at patuloy na magkakaroon ng sapat na puwang para sa ating pagsulong. Loving Father, we pray for all newly elected officials and public servants of the country, the legislature, of our staff, of our countrymen. We ask for your guidance and support so that all our efforts bear abundant fruit and benefit our beloved country. This we pray in your name. Amen.
Amen. Secretary, may please call the roll.
Roll call of members. The Honorable Senator Angara, Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Escudero, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, the Senate President.
Sino absent? Sino absent? With 23 senators present, the chair declares the presence of a quorum. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, move that we dispense with the reading of the journal of the first session, Monday, July 25, 2022, and consider the same as approved. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, the motion is approved.
Mr. President, we'll do the reference of business later because we have a lot of...
Okay.
So, Mr. President, Senator Lauren Legarda, our Senate President pro tempore, has requested
Before we, Mr. Majority Leader, before we proceed with the privileged speech, I'd like to acknowledge the presence as well of Senator Escudero, making us 24
Yes.
in the session hall. Go ahead, Majority Leader.
Yes,
Thank you.
Mr. President, as mentioned earlier, our Senate President pro tempore, Senator Lauren Legarda, has requested that she be allowed to take the floor in a matter of personal and collective privilege. I move that we recognize Senator Lauren Legarda. So move.
Senator Lauren Legarda, our Senate President pro temp, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, climate warriors, eco champions, stewards of the earth. I address this August chamber with a resolve for our country to build back better from the twin crisis of the impacts from climate change and the COVID-19 pandemic, which our country and fellow Filipinos continue to experience these past few years. Our national government has poured in the funds for the recovery of our economy and the welfare of more than 100 million Filipinos, whose lives, as we know, have been forever altered by this pandemic. However, it is not enough that we only look at the horizon As we pull ourselves up from this pandemic, we must also put in the forefront of our collective awareness how we should deal with the graver and irreversible impacts of the climate crisis. We are obviously living in challenging times of climatic changes that are unparalleled over thousands to millions of years. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, the IPCC, in its 6th assessment report, has warned us that today's temperatures are at the highest in 125,000 years. We are now at the point of no return in our battle against climate change. The report also tells us that with absolute certainty that the human factor in climate change is unequivocal. If we fail to heed the science and address the causes of climate change, there would be dire consequences on our society and our ecosystems. The Global Commission on Adaptation, the GCA flagship study, also asserts that by year 2030, more than 100 million people in developing nations will live below the poverty line, resulting from the impacts of climate change. Extreme weather events will continue to wreak havoc and delay progress. Extreme heat will continue to affect food security and water supply, issues raised in the State of the Nation yesterday. Rising sea levels, also stated by the President, will force coastal communities to seek shelter elsewhere. Over more than 1,600 communities, cities all over the country, more than 800 are coastal in nature. More troubling is that the Philippines ranked 4th of countries most affected by long-term climate change according to the 2021 Global Risk Index. And this is all the more reason for us to accelerate our efforts in climate action, paralleling our fight with this pandemic. The intricate interrelationships between the environment, our health, and the climate crisis cannot be understated. We must ensure that our actions now work towards a Philippines that is not only resilient to pandemic shocks, but also from extreme weather events and slow onset climate events. We have to rebuild our communities in such a way that we are also able to reduce our climate and health risks and vulnerabilities. I urge the national government and every Filipino to contribute to the staging of a resilient and sustainable pandemic and climate recovery. Kailangang magtulong-tulong magkaisa sa pagsulong ng pagbabago tungo sa pagpapaunlad ng kalidad ng ating pamumuhay mula sa pandemya at sa kinakaharap din nating krisis sa klima. Only through a climate pathway can we truly recover in a resilient and sustainable manner. As concluded in the Paris Agreement, all countries must commit to limiting global warming by 1.5 degrees Celsius. In order to achieve this, a net zero global economy must be targeted worldwide by reducing greenhouse gases emissions by 45% by 2030 or by 7.6% every year from 2020 to 2030 to reach net zero by 2050. We are committed to this through the nationally determined contribution, which intends to avoid and cut emissions to 75% by 2030 and to modernize our carbon-intensive sectors on agriculture, waste, industry, transport, and energy. We believe that a climate-resilient development is the right path to improving the lives of our vulnerable population while also unlocking our potential for green and sustainable growth. Supporting and advancing renewable energy and energy efficiency, environment-friendly transport systems, nature-based solutions, especially for adaptation, resilient buildings, infrastructure, moving away from single-use plastics in favor of extended responsibility of plastic producers, a truly circular economy, are initiatives consistent with this pathway. While we continue to unlock climate financing from global and multilateral sources, we need to enjoin the private sector to assist and invest in projects and programs in line with our country's sustainability and resilience goals. The new strategy in industry and government must be to incentivize and de-risk investments in low carbon and innovative technologies while enhancing stakeholders' capacity for mitigation. The Global Commission on Adaptation also emphasized the need to empower local governments and people in managing climate risks and disasters and urged for greater financial allocations for climate adaptation initiatives and programs. As we strive towards resilience and nature-based solutions, this has become the new currency. The key is incorporating local communities and stakeholders into the development and execution of programs. We must heed and uphold the principle of build right at first sight, which entails planning, executing policies and programs right for the first time using science. We must make sure that our limited resources are optimized to prevent further loss and damage to our communities. We have enacted significant environmental laws. To name a few, they're enumerated above. I don't have to say all of them, but it's clear from 1998, from the Clean Air Act to the Solid Waste Management, up to the e-NEPAS of 2019. We must strengthen our human capital and invest on the Filipino people. The challenge is to breathe life into these laws, programs, and policies. We need to make these laws work for the poorest of the poor, our most vulnerable, our most marginalized. We need to see in our national budget whether these laws are actually being implemented and funded and have changed the lives of the vulnerable populations. The bigger task for us is to build safer and resilient communities where Filipinos have better job opportunities and equitable access to social services like healthcare and education. By establishing livelihood training programs and providing technical and financial support for our farmers, fisher folks, and even indigenous peoples and workers, we create an enabling environment where Filipinos can succeed and eventually provide for themselves. That is why we are pushing for stronger support for micro, small, and medium enterprises already enacted into law in 2007 and create more employment opportunities. Our Human Capital Index in 2020, the Philippines scored a rating of 0.52, implying that children born in the Philippines today are likely only to fulfill 52% of their potential when they become adults. The risks and challenges of investing in human capital have gotten even more significant in light of the COVID-19 pandemic and the climate crisis. Strengthening learning interventions for our children is therefore essential. These educational programs must be tapped to promote critical concepts like climate change adaptation and mitigation, disaster risk reduction and management, and sustainability, even regeneration. This is what we primarily took into account while pushing for the One Tablet, One Student Act, which will assist our students in coping with the learning modalities of the present. And I'm glad the State of the Nation address of the President mentioned about the need for connectivity and individual devices for our children. Mr. President, there is no time or room for complacency and indifference. It is time we work towards resilience as a country's priority strategy in a response to the pandemic and the climate crisis. We must heed the call of science and our experts to pursue and realize economy-wide and community-based measures that aim to reach our goals sooner rather than later. President Marcos himself said that our response to the climate crisis should be just as urgent. Let us invest in where it truly matters so our development gains will not be wasted come another typhoon or disaster. Let us strive for a better normal by enabling genuine and lasting resilience for all. Together, we can lead the way towards a resilient and sustainable pandemic recovery for all Filipinos, for all species of the world, and for our future generations. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President, before we continue the discussions on the privileged speech of the distinguished lady from Panay, may I just be allowed, Mr. President, to welcome in the plenary session our guest from Climate Change Commission, no other than Secretary Robert Borge, Commissioner Rachel Herrera, and Commissioner Albert de la Cruz.
Welcome to the Senate, ladies and gentlemen of the Climate Change Commission. We also have with
I'm
us...
about to acknowledge,
Yes.
Mr. President,
Our
our
General
good
of the
friend,
PNP.
yes, Police General, Director General Vicente Danao, our OIC, Philippine National Police, is also with us here today.
Welcome to the Senate, General.
Thank you. Mr. President, at this juncture, may we acknowledge the distinguished gentleman from Cavite, Senator Bong Revilla, to make a manifestation, Mr. President.
Senator Revilla is recognized.
Just a short manifestation, Mr. President. We laud the efforts of the good lady senator from Antique and Malabon. She has been always consistent in her advocacies for the environment, disaster resilience, and particularly on climate change. Due to the geographic location of the Philippines, our country has a high risk of experiencing natural disasters. At alam naman po natin na mas ramdam ng ating mga mahihirap na kababayan ang epekto nito. Sa mga sakunang nangyayari, una pong nabibiktima ang ating mga magsasaka, mga mangingisda, at mga urban poor. Sila po ang laging nasasalanta ang pananim. Hindi makapagpalaot. Madalas na mabaha. Gaya ng nabanggit ni Pangulong Marcos sa kanyang SONA kahapon, though we are a minor contributor to climate change globally, we have the unfortunate distinction of being one of the most vulnerable countries to the effects of climate change. Ramdam naman po ang epekto ng climate change. Mas lumalakas ang mga bagyo katulad na lamang ng nagdaang bagyong Odette. At dito mismo sa Kamaynilaan, konting ulan lang ay napakabilis ng pagbaha at napakabagal naman ng paghupa nito. In fact, we filed an inquiry on the status of the government's flood control master plan and pending flood control projects. We are still recovering from the aftershocks of the COVID-19 pandemic. The economic impact of the health crisis is especially felt by vulnerable sectors of our society. As reported by the World Bank, COVID-19 has taken a heavy toll on rural livelihoods. Disaster-prone communities experience more difficulties in coping with COVID-19 restrictions and its severe economic impact. The subsequent loss of employment is the most common outcome resulting from these causes. In fact, the loss of employment and loss of income push those already at risk into poverty, and the poor more deeply marred in poverty. More than just looking at the projects of our government or making a call for action, we must concretize our initiatives by institutionalizing these advocacies. Climate change mitigation and environmental protection and reservation should be incorporated in our schools and be actively practiced in our homes and communities. Ika nga ng Pangulong Marcos sa kanyang SONA kahapon, if we cannot mitigate climate change, all our plans for the economy, all our plans for our future will be for naught. We are fully in support of the good lady senator's initiative, and we are one with her in this advocacy. Congratulations, Senator Lauren, and thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President, Senator Cynthia Villar would also like to be recognized.
We'd like to recognize a distinguished colleague from the city of Las Piñas, and Metro Manila, Senator Cynthia Villar.
As chairman of the Committee on Environment and Natural Resources during the 17th and 18th Congress, I wish to announce that the Extended Producers Responsibility Law, which we passed in this Congress, has lapsed into law yesterday. What do you call this? July 25. Okay?
Congratulations,
So we
ma'am.
are implementing the Extended Producers Responsibility na effective today, that large corporations will have to process their what you call is plastic waste, and that is their responsibility. And that will help also agriculture because tayo yung, according to a University of Georgia study, tayo yung third largest producer of plastic into the ocean in the world, next to China and Indonesia. So I guess we will be able to remove that image of being a plastic litter after the implementation of this Extended Producers Responsibility Bill and law. And also I want to announce during the 17th and 18th Congress, we passed 101 legislated protected area in the Philippines. I guess that is kudos to the Congress of the Philippines. Dati po nung mag-take over kami, 13 lang po yan. But we were able to pass 101. So we have now 114 legislated protected area in the Philippines. Thank you very much.
Congratulations, Ma'am Cynthia Villar. It can be shown that she's not only the mama bear of the Senate, but also mama bear of the environment.
Yes, Mr. President, and at the proper time, I don't think any one of us here would contest the appointment and nomination and election of the
Yes. Distinguished
presumptive
lady.
chairperson of the Committee on Environment and Natural Resources and Climate Change. At this juncture, Mr. President, may we ask that the Minority Leader, Senator Coco Pimentel, the gentleman from Cagayan de Oro, be recognized, Mr. President.
Mr. President, if our veteran lawmaker, who is very dedicated to these issues of environment and climate change, could yield the floor for some interpellation on her speech, Mr. President.
Yes, it will be my honor, Mr. President, to attempt to answer the questions of our minority leader, the bar top notcher, whose late father, when he was minority leader, also was the first to pose queries on the issues at hand, especially environment and climate. So I can
Thank you,
feel
ma'am. Thank
Nene's
you.
presence here.
Thank you, ma'am.
He used to do the same thing.
But
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you for that. But before I continue, Mr. President, I noticed the clapping earlier. So are we going to continue with our no clapping policy, Mr. President?
Actually, we do have a no clapping policy.
clapping
Although
policy.
it's a first day, I wouldn't say first day jitters, but it's the first day for many of our colleagues. So they're just excited really to see
I know.
everyone.
I know it's a hangover from yesterday.
Yes.
So I hope beginning after this interpellation, we go back to our policy.
Yes.
So, kasi otherwise we're all politicians, magpapalakasan po tayo ng palakpak dito.
Yes.
That
Yes.
is the
We'll
da-
follow tradition.
That is the danger.
Yes, we'll
Yes,
follow
correct.
tradition.
Thank you. I would like to, first of all, congratulate, and I'd like to reiterate what Senator Bong Revilla said. The Speaker, the gentle lady from Antique, Malabon, and the rest of the Philippines, really is very consistent. Talagang, she will take the floor, and her issues in her privileged speeches are on the environment, climate change, sustainable development, lahat po yan. So I'd like to commend our colleague. She will be an inspiration to us to be just as consistent in our advocacies. So ma'am, you delivered a speech on climate change today. Is there any special occasion or date about climate change that we are celebrating? Because
Mr.
even
President-
the Climate Commission, I think, is present here.
Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, in response to the Minority Leader's query, I believe that every waking moment that we have should be dedicated to our survival as a planet and as a people, and therefore, in every action we take, it has a repercussion on the climate. And I wanted to take the floor today, Mr. President, in the light of the State of the Nation of the President yesterday, where I wanted also to state the state of the environment and the state of the climate. And because I am inspired by the words of the President in the State of the Nation, where he mentioned the climate crisis several times and included the way forward in certain policies and legislation that could help improve the state of our environment.
I just asked that because if there was a special, day or a special occasion, we would, of course, celebrate it. So actually, Mr. President, I left the SONA yesterday not bringing with me the impression that the issue of climate change was founded upon. So maybe may we be reminded, what did the President say that we should do about climate change?
Oh, he mentioned several times the issue of climate change and preparedness. I recall, number one, that he even instructed the Department of Social Welfare and Development to pre-position goods and family packs in warehouses and in local governments even before a natural hazard strikes. And that is actually already part of our NDREAM law of 2010, when your late father was still here, and it was former Senator Biazon and former Senator Gordon who also shepherded the process of legislating this. In fact, it should be second nature to LGUs and DSWD to pre-position goods and the DPWH as well for equipment needed so that pag gumuho ang bundok, paano pupunta dun? Pag ang mga ilog ay umapaw, anong gagawin natin? Walang makain ang mga tao sa kabila ng bundok. So all of this, Mr. President, are enshrined in a more than a decade legislation, which the President mentioned briefly in his SONA. Second, he also mentioned about the transition towards a low-carbon pathway, but he said it in, he couched it in, of course, different words. That's the way I say it. The transition perhaps to renewable energy, which he also mentioned, so that we veer away from destructive and expensive fossil fuels. There were other measures he mentioned. I don't memorize it, but I recall more than once the climate crisis was mentioned in the SONA.
Yes, it was mentioned, Mr. President, but I don't know if it was really founded upon. But being the expert on the subject matter, when you hear certain proposals, you could connect it to climate change, our contribution to probably the Paris Agreement.
Yes,
Which,
yes, Mr. President.
Mr. President, you mentioned that the Philippines has committed to reduce carbon emissions. So we will cut emissions by 2030 to reach a certain level.
Yes.
So may we be elucidated now on the Philippine commitments under the Paris Agreement, Mr.
Thank you for that, Mr. President. Mr. President, this chamber unanimously voted in favor of the concurrence in the ratification of the Paris Agreement, and for that, I'm forever grateful. Your Honor, this representation was able to sponsor it during the time, and I believe that you had voted for it. What does it mean? Among the many provisions of the Paris Agreement, the nationally determined contributions of each and every signatory nation is enshrined there. The Philippines may be a 1/3 of 1% emitter in the world. And this is what the President said yesterday, maybe not in the term I am using, but he said that. We are a minute contributor, not even 1% in terms of greenhouse gas emissions in the world. But we bear the brunt of vulnerability and hazards because we are in the Pacific Ring of Fire, because we're in Typhoon Belt, because we are in the Asia-Pacific region, which is one of the most vulnerable regions in the world. And so, what does the NDC mean? Ang ibig sabihin lang po ng nationally determined contribution, Europa, o India o Amerika o Pilipinas? Ano ba ang bagyo sa pagtaas ng temperatura sa mundo? Ibig sabihin po, agrikultura, transport, industriya, mga bahay, komersyal, lahat po ng mga sektor na siyang nagbibigay po ng contribution sa greenhouse gas emissions ay sinusukat po ang kanilang contribution dito at kung paano mababawasan. I repeat, while the Philippines is only a 1/3 of 1% emitter in the world, we have accelerated a very ambitious NDC target because this is conditioned, it is conditional, Mr. President. Majority, is it 72% of the 75% is 72% is on condition that we will receive technical, financial support from other countries. Our being a signatory to the Paris Agreement is also essential because that means we have a place in the table of negotiations and we tell those countries that pollute the world most, the industrialized first world nations, hey, your NDC is not that ambitious. Scale down your industry. Go on a lower carbon pathway. So, what is the Paris NDC? 75%, 2020 to 2030, but we are conditioned on assistance or grants from other countries. What we are saying, Mr. President, while we have to mitigate, ibig sabihin po, dapat po natin bawasan ang ating paggamit ng fossil fuel. Mas mahalaga, in the interest of climate justice, that the biggest emitters of the world scale up their ambition, their NDCs. But it does not mean that the Philippines and other non-emitters of the world will not mitigate, because mitigation also affects and favorably impacts on the life of the people. In fact, they always use the term mitigation as a function of adaptation. Simply put, ang mitigation po ay ang pagbaba ng paggamit ng fossil fuel na nakakalason sa greenhouse gases sa mundo. Ang adaptation, ang pag-akma ng ating pamumuhay sa mga dumarating na bagyo o sa init ng panahon na dulot ng climate change. Ang dapat natin gawin, pareho. Pero yung mga mayayamang bansa na siyang sanhi ng lahat ng ito ay dapat i-scale up po ang kanilang mitigation. I hope I am not too technical.
Yes, ma'am.
The President, if I may quote, said that we are a minor contributor to climate change. But, as he said correctly, we are also one of the most vulnerable. So what must we do? Under the Climate Change Act, which I think it was your father who voted for, you were not yet here then, Mr. President, we are mandating all local governments to come up with their local climate change action plan so that capacity building of local governments like Bacoor City, for example, which is vulnerable, like Cagayan de Oro, where you are from, in mostly all localities and jurisdictions where we are from, including my own home province, including Las Piñas, which the President also mentioned about rising sea level. All of these are adverse impacts of the changing climate. And so, in everything we do, dapat po isaalang-alang natin ang klima at ang pagbabago nito.
Thank you, ma'am. That phrase, in everything we do. Kaya nga, ang ating posturing is we are a small contributor to this concept of climate change when we talk about carbon emissions. But, konektado ba yung pagtatapon ng plastic na number 3 tayo sa buong mundo?
Opo.
Does that contribute na also to this climate change that we're talking about?
Opo, dahil po,
tama.
saan ba galing po ang plastic? Di ba galing po sa fossil fuel?
Yun pong
Opo.
to create the plastic. How about this time the disposal of the plastic is
Una po.
in an irresponsible manner?
Yes. Una po, how do we create the plastics? Di ba po? galing din sa fossil fuel. Now, how do we dispose of the plastics, single-use plastics? Mr. President, we have a law that is already 21 years old. That is Republic Act 9003. And the Ecological Solid Waste Management Law mandates the segregation of waste at source, recycling, and composting. And so we must not throw not just single-use plastics, but any solid, and of course, even human waste, into the wayside, because this must be segregated, and only the residual waste must be collected and thrown in environmentally engineered sanitary landfills, while food waste must go to organic compost pits, and bote, lata, plastic must be segregated and can be put in material recovery facilities which can be recycled. Sabi nga po nila, may pera sa basura. At meron pong mga LGUs, even barangays, that gain from this. Example, Barangay Holy Spirit, nakailang award na po sila sa Quezon City.
Yes.
In Quezon City, maraming mga barangay, ang gaganda, kababaihan ng mga proyekto na nakikinabang po sa pagresikulo ng mga plastic at ng bote. And this is all connected. I think, name me an industry and hahanapin natin ang koneksyon sa ating kapaligiran at sa ating pagbabago po ng klima.
Kaya nga po, tama po yan. That's why I would like to congratulate the Speaker for shepherding the passage of the Paris Agreement Treaty. I was once upon a time chairman of the Foreign Relations.
Yes,
Hindi pala madali magpasa din ng treaty dito sa Senado. Mahirap-hirap yun. Kaya congratulations. And of course, that other law mentioned by, authored and sponsored by Senator Villar. Kasi nga, Senator Cynthia Villar, this time pala, when we mention Senator Villar, we have to distinguish. How do they want to be distinguished? May we know?
By saying their first name.
By saying the first name. So, by Senator Cynthia Villar, yung extended producers' responsibility on plastic. So, nakita po natin konektado lahat kasi nga lahat nga ng kilos natin ay makakaapekto ng klima. Is this, sabi niyo po sa speech niyo kasi we should heed the call of science. Is this already established science? That it is human behavior which caused climate change?
Yes, Mr. President, that's contained in the IPCC report, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change report, the 6th assessment report, and even previous reports of the IPCC. As you know, the IPCC is a body that is composed of scientists from all over the world, and in fact, a handful of scientists are Filipinos from UP Los Baños, and some of them have been my consultants from previous Senates way back, more than 10 years ago, yes.
But do we agree, Mr. President, that some scientists dispute this? Is that correct, Mr. President?
Mr. President, by now, I don't think any scientists would dispute it because, as I said, the IPCC report said that the cause of climate change relating to human action is based on science and unequivocal. They use the word unequivocal. But of course, we cannot deny the fact that there are scientists, politicians, persons, groups who may think otherwise and may lobby against the science that leads to the causes of climate change. There was, I don't want to mention his name, an elected U.S. president who did not believe too much on climate. Yes, so I hope he never goes back to. Anyway, so Mr. President, so there are non-believers. I'm not about to give them time on this platform, Mr. President, but all I can say is that coming from a vulnerable nation like the Philippines, having gone through Yolanda and Ondoy and Sendong and Pablo and Odette, we see firsthand, sabi nga ni Senator Bong Revilla, ang mas nakakaramdam ng epekto ng pagbabago ng klima ay ang mga mahihirap. Yung nakatira sa tabing ilog at tabing dagat o nakatira sa mga tuktok ng bundok. Nakikita natin ang epekto.
Correct.
Ano ang dapat gawin? Adaptation. maybe in a subsequent speech, I can talk about easy to do everyday climate adaptation measures that we can adopt, which we can adopt the adaptation measures na pang-araw-araw po natin kayang gawin.
Tama po yan. I agree, Mr. President, with the theory. But there might be some places, like say a local government unit, where the hazard maps generated, kasi meron na tayong hazard map supposed to be ngayon, generated by the DENR on a per LGU basis. I'm just thinking of the scenario where there's an LGU and the hazard map for that LGU indicate that one area is susceptible to floods, another area to landslides. So there's another area with a fault, mga ganun. So in real life, siguro what we also need to encourage is the use, study, and understanding of the hazard maps generated by our DNR
Yes.
for our LGUs.
Namria. You're very correct, Mr. President. In fact, Congress has funded the hazard maps of Namria, 1:10,000, I believe. What is the smallest and the closest? I'm not sure what's the latest they've done, but they should have rolled that out to every LGU. In fact, it would be good to do capacity building of understanding what these maps really mean. You will recall, what was this storm in Region 11 in Compostela Valley and Davao del Norte, Davao Sur?
Which brought down a mountain?
Yes.
Pablo?
Pablo,
Pablo,
correct. Typhoon Pablo. Kung tignan po nyo, yung mga naanod na bahay ay, kung titignan nyo sa mapa, ay color purple, and these are supposed to be the flood-prone areas. Kaya dapat po talagang inaaral. Pinuntahan po natin yan sa Compostela Valley. I think it was a barangay there. So, yung mga LGU po na inaaral po nila ang mga vulnerabilities, hazards, at risks po sa mga multi-hazard maps ay makakatulong po yan sa pagpaplano ng mga struktura sa mga LGU.
Ako rin po ay nakapunta doon. After Pablo, nakita ko po lahat ng mga malalaking bato na which to compose a mountain. Ganun pala yun. Meron pala, pwede pala
Yes.
ang bundok is really made of boulders, big rocks. So, lumambot because of the rain, unending rain. So, ganun po ang nangyari, no?
Yes.
There were
Anong
rocks.
barangay
Nakita ko.
yun sa
I don't know, sa
Compostela
area yata
Valley?
ito, closer to,
Nagpunta tayo nun eh. Yes.
close to the areas of Senator Bato, Senator Bongo. I was there
Yes.
after Pablo, kaya
You will
naalala
recall,
ko po.
Mr. President, even before then, St. Bernard in Southern Leyte, nung panahon yun, wala pa po yung mga early warning systems na lumalabas po sa text dahil that was 2006. Linamon po ng bundok sa St. Bernard, Southern Leyte, yung eskwelahan, dahil po yung early warning system ng Pag-asa ay matagal nakarating sa remote barangay, and there were incessant rains before that day, the tragic day when children and teachers were covered by mudslides dahil po gumuho ang bundok sa pag-ulan. Kaya binabanggit ko po yung ano ba yung climate adaptation measures. If I may, Mr. President, ang pag-aakma ng ating pang-araw-araw na buhay, gaya po ng multi-hazard early warning system. Ito po'y nakasaad sa ating Pag-asa Modernization Act na sana po ay nagagamit at pinapahayag sa iba't ibang mga dialects at lengguwahe sa Pilipinas. Ang pagbe-build ng capacity sa ating mga lokal na pamahalaan. Marami po sa ating mga kasamahan sa Senado ay dating mga lingkod bayan bilang mayor, gobernador, or alam ang mga problema sa barangay. So capacity building of local governments is so essential so that the maps and the information can be used in building right at first sight. So we don't have to build back better. Pangatlo
Sige
po,
po.
yung rainwater harvesters. Sa panahon naman ng tag-init, wala tayong tubig. Di ba po? Kung ating linalagyan ng rainwater collectors po ang ating mga gusali, magagamit po ang mga patak ng ulan sa panahon na tigang ang lupa. Tapos, ang pag-iimbak din ng mga buto, seed banks, because the President himself talked about food security. And growing our own food is so essential. Again, you might say, it's so basic. Yes, because climate adaptation must be basic because we must save lives by producing our own food. And so, if we have a seed bank, buto, na ating pinapasibol para sa pagkain sa bawat barangay, ay magkakaroon tayo ng pagkain. Again, talking about storm surge, climate adaptation, mangroves, more than 800 LGUs are around the country. So mangroves, instead of being cut, should be planted some more. So napakarami pong mga maaring gawin na adaptation measures na makakatulong po sa ating pang-araw-araw na buhay.
Mr. President, Senator Cynthia Villar wants to be recognized.
I just want to manifest.
Yes, go ahead, ma'am.
I just want to manifest that when there was Yolanda, I went to Leyte and Samar, and all the local government which has mangrove in its coast were saved from Yolanda. So I would say that one of the best protection against typhoon surge and flooding and all that would be planting of mangroves on the coast. That's why in our Las Piñas Parañaque Wetland Park, we have 35 hectares of mangrove. And I always fight reclamation because if there's reclamation, then the flow of water will be impeded and the mangrove will die. And that is our protection from typhoon surge. So it's really very important that we plant mangroves on our coast because that is really the protection against this flooding and typhoon surge. Thank you very much.
I full and wholeheartedly agree with the chairman of the Environment Committee, Mr. President. Totoo po yan, ang mga sinauna na mangroves. The mangroves that have been there for a long, long time should never be cut. Sa halip ay dapat magtanim po tayo. Tama po si Senator Cynthia Villar that the mangroves are the best buffer against sea level rise and storm surge. At the same time, these are the spawning areas for fish that we eat. Yun, napakahalaga po. Pero ang mangroves din ay kailangan pag nagtatanim po tayong mangroves, we see the kind of mangroves. What kind of mangroves do we plant? We don't, in the National Greening Program that have been COA reports, I believe, where fully grown mangroves, meron pa rin mangrove reforestation, hindi naman kailangan na dyan, patong-patong na. And the others, they plant mangroves where there are seagrass beds, which may not be appropriate. And so, I agree, and that's correct, that we should really embark on a massive mangrove reforestation. Perhaps that's even better than cementing areas and put seawalls, right? Which are unnatural, because a natural storm surge buffer would be our mangroves, yes. And may I also mention, Mr. President, that the use of indigenous knowledge, the wealth of our indigenous peoples, they know the sun and the stars and the sea and the air. Gamitin po natin ang kaalaman ng ating higit na 100 na katutubo at i-document natin ito at i-share para po tayo'y matuto dahil alam po nila ang pagbabago ng klima. And simple things like rooftop gardens and vertical farming, which can be done in rural areas. Pati ang drill sa panahon po ng iba't ibang sakuna ay dapat din gawin. So, marami pong pamamaraan sa araw-araw na maaring gawin ng iba't ibang sektor. At tawag lang natin climate adaptation, parang napaka-technical, but when you think about it, these are simple measures that can be done.
Anyway, Mr. President, I think this speech will be referred to the proper committee and we can continue the discussion of the topic at the committee level. But I'll just take advantage of the fact that the Climate Change Commission members, I think, are here. And the slogan was mentioned repeatedly in the speech. The slogan is Build Back Better. But you have this concept of build right at first sight.
Yes,
So
Mr. President.
if I could suggest that to make it a snappier slogan, let's use build better. Build better. So we
Yes.
do not wait for a structure to be destroyed to build back better. So build better. Okay. So
Build right.
So, Mr. President, on that note, I'd like to thank our colleague, the gentlelady from the entire Philippines, and congratulate her for being really consistent talaga. Wala tayong masasabi ko kay Senator Loren Legarda. She is really the champion of the climate. And she deserves all the awards that she has received for being such a consistent champion for the climate and the environment. So thank you, ma'am, for the time that you've given me. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Minority Floor Leader, Senator Coco Pimentel. This juncture, we'd like to recognize Senator Francis Tolentino, the gentleman from Cavite, is recognized.
Before that, Mr. President, may I just thank the Minority Leader for his very enlightened questions. And I must say that I always learn from the questions of Senator Pimentel. Thank you.
Senator Tolentino is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will the gentle lady from Antique, Malabon, and Metro Manila yield to some clarificatory questions, Mr. President?
Yes, Mr. President, it will be my honor to be interpellated by the distinguished gentleman from Cavite and the Philippines.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just 4 friendly questions, Mr. President. And I congratulate the veteran lawmaker for a very well-researched speech, very deeply researched speech relative to climate change. But, Mr. President, my questions will just focus on 4 items, Mr. President. Yesterday, we heard during the State of the Nation address of President Ferdinand Marcos Jr., not only his advocacy for clean energy, but likewise his great interest to revive nuclear energy in the Philippines. I'm not referring to the Westinghouse plant in Bataan, Mr. President, but his notion now is that nuclear energy will provide greater means of support in uplifting the lives of our countrymen. Mr. President, my question is this. Will the gentle lady agree that nuclear energy is clean energy?
Mr. President, let me just state this. Number one, I may not be an expert in nuclear energy. Number two, I am open to hearing discussions and consultations with various stakeholders and experts in science on nuclear energy. Number three, in answer to your question, Your Honor, I have read, I don't know it as a fact because I have not engaged in any way in any discussion on nuclear energy, that nuclear energy is said to be clean. However, what about the nuclear waste? But then again, I am not yet an expert in nuclear energy. In fact, on many occasions, I've expressed my reservation with regards to nuclear energy. But as with any subject matter, I am open to discussion of learning and consultation and perhaps be convinced, but not yet.
Thank you, Mr. President. I now see the absence of the members of the Climate Change Commission. Siguro tatanungin ko sana sila. But, Mr. President, let the records reflect that this representation is 100% in favor of nuclear energy. And from my readings, Mr. President, I've glanced accounts that nuclear energy is zero emission. Zero emission, meaning to say, Mr. President, it won't contribute an iota of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. Am I correct, Mr. President? If I may ask the gentle lady from Malabon.
I am not certain, Mr. President. This is something we need to discuss in consultations. I would also like to know not just the emissions, but also the nuclear waste and how it will be handled. At the same time, the safety measures. I know that as a nation, we have had issues with standards of safety in various sectors in our country. So that is something that bothers me. But, Mr. President, as I said, I will be happy to listen in a hearing on consultations on nuclear energy. So I know that the Department of Energy has issued a statement many years ago looking into this source as a possible option. So they've said it is emission-free, as you've stated. Now, how and where will the waste be disposed of, and who will shoulder this cost? We're not sure of that. So how about the timeline, Mr. President? It takes time. It takes a decade to develop a nuclear power plant. So we have the Renewable Energy Law, which was enacted into law in 2007 or 8. I was here in the chamber then, and we helped shepherd the process. But we never closed the doors, and we are willing to listen, Mr. President.
So, Mr. President, that means that the reply coming from the veteran lawmaker is that she is amenable to nuclear energy as a form of energy that can be incorporated in the climate change adaptation program of our country. Am I
Mr.
correct,
President, I am opening to listening to discussions, Mr. President. My question is, will it be safe in the Philippines? We are in the Pacific Ring of Fire. We are in an earthquake zone. From the Sierra Madre, crossing through Quezon City and towards Laguna, we have a, what do you call that zone? Typhoon, earthquake belt?
Fault.
Fault, a belt. Yes, Mr. President. So, as I always say, let's go back to science. I don't think politicians or even executives should discuss this. No, we should discuss it. But decisions must be made based on science. We must base it on experiences in Fukushima. But Fukushima, they say, has been cured. There are solutions because of what happened in Fukushima. But, number one, are we as a people ensured that the safety standards will be upheld? Ganun bang ugali natin? Number two, do we have such huge investments in this time of pandemic recovery and the climate crisis? Number three, is that the only option? Or do we have renewable energy? Libre ang hangin. Libre ang hangin. Libre ang biomass. Libre ang araw. Libre lahat. Mas mura. Ito po, isang dekada para itayo. Pero makikinig po ako sa inyo at gusto ko pong matuto. I'm a forever learner, and I want to learn from you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just happen to be a non-scientist but a presumptive chairman of the Committee on Science and Technology, and Senator De La Rosa is nodding his head. He's the vice chairman of the Senate Committee on Science and Technology as well. We are both non-scientists, but from my readings, Mr. President, nuclear-generated electricity, I promise to have you just 5 questions. Nuclear-generated electricity saves on the atmosphere more than 470 million metric tons of carbon dioxide. And that, Mr. President, from my readings, is equivalent to removing 100 million cars from our streets. Ay ano pa kaya po ang mas lilinis dito? Wala nang usok na nanggagaling sa diesel, wala nang usok na nanggagaling sa gasolina, naka-save pa tayo ng ating kapaligiran sa carbon dioxide emissions, Mr. President. So, palagay ko po, Mr. President, pumapayag na rin po si veteran lawmaker at nakikita ko pong tumatango na siya, Mr. President.
Mr. President po, yung lest I be misunderstood or misconstrued, Mr. President, with a distinguished top-notch lawyer from Cavite, I may be nodding, trying to comprehend the new possible source of energy for study and learning, Mr. President. I am much concerned about safety. I am much concerned about nuclear waste, Mr. President. Emissions may be clean, may be zero emission. Paano naman po ang nuclear waste? Gusto ko pong maintindihan po yun. So, I never say no right away. I just will listen. So, yung aking pagtatango po ay hindi po sang-ayon sa pagtatag kaagad ng nuclear power plant. Pagtatango po sa inyo na binigay po nyo ang pagkakataon na pag-usapan po natin sa isang science-based discussion. Opo.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, I promised the Majority Leader that I will have only 5. This is my last, the 6th. From my readings, Mr. President, as a non-scientist, it has been shown that nuclear energy produces the least greenhouse gas emissions. Number 2, it is 4 times less toxic than solar energy. Number 3, we all know the definition of nuclear energy is the process of splitting atom to produce energy. It accounts for 10% of the world's electricity. Kaya kung tayo po, sang-ayon po ako kay Pangulong Marcos, kung tayo po ay magkakaroon ng nuclear energy, ay baka po mumura ang kuryente sa bawat tahanan ng mamamayang Pilipino. Bababa po ang kuryente, ang bayad sa kuryente, at magagamit po ng mga kababayan natin yung natitipid nilang pera sa pambili po ng mga pang-araw-araw na gastusin sa palengke at maging sa pag-aaral ng kanilang mga anak. Di ba po, Mr. President, napakagandang panukalayan na nanggaling sa ating Pangulo kagabi sa SONA to have a nuclear-energized Philippines, Mr. President. Pumapayag na po si...
Hindi na po gumagalaw ang ulo ko para wag ako tumungo, para po hindi po nyo maiisip na ako po isang ayon sa pagtatag. But levity aside, Mr. President, I said I am willing to listen to you and experts. I would like to be enlightened, Mr. President. I raised my concerns on safety standards. I raised my concerns on nuclear waste, Mr. President, and the fact that we are in a typhoon belt. We have earthquake faults traversing the north, Luzon, Metro Manila, up to southern Luzon, and not just here, but in the Visayas and Mindanao as well. So it may be suitable in other countries, other jurisdictions, but I am not certain. But I will listen to science.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have no further questions. I thank the good, gentle lady from Antique. The proper time, Mr. President, perhaps we can ask the presence of the Philippine Atomic Energy Agency or Commission to clarify all of this. And I thank the veteran lawmaker for her well-prepared speech. Maraming salamat po, Mr. President.
Thank you very much to a distinguished gentleman from Cavite. But before we recognize Senator Gatchalian, I would just like to also put on record, I was once like Senator Legarda. Well, initially I was not in favor of nuclear energy, but the more I've traveled and the more I've met people who are into the nuclear energy industry, my mind has opened up to the possibility of agreeing to it myself. Because apparently, in the Southeast Asian nations, countries like Myanmar, Thailand, Vietnam, Cambodia, and I believe Malaysia are going already into nuclear energy. Baka mahuli po tayo. And if we want to achieve an 8% growth rate, we must have an energy sector that is robust to be able to accommodate all our industries. So, Senator Gatchalian, recognized.
Mr. President, may I just thank the gentleman from Cavite and the Philippines for providing some exciting possibilities in today's interpellations.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Well, Mr. President, just to manifest in support of the privileged speech of the good gentle lady from Antique, this representation filed an energy transition bill to set forth a transition by legislation, and the target is achieving net zero by 2050. And we also empowered in the bill the CCC, the Climate Change Commission, to be the leader in putting together an energy transition plan in which the CCC will convene a technical working group of course, inviting the DOE, the DOTR, and all the different agencies to come up with that plan. That plan will be the guiding plan to reach a net zero year of 2050. And in the plan, we will also include a concept of what we call a just transition, as well as an orderly transition. Because right now, what we are seeing is different agencies will have their own transition plan. For example, the DOE came up with a coal moratorium, but other agencies like the DOTR or the DA did not come up with those plans. So it's a hodgepodge of plans from different departments not reaching a specific goal. So just to put everything in order, this representation filed a bill, and we empowered the CCC to be the leader in coming up with that plan. And in short, after coming up with that plan, everyone will follow. And the target is 2050 because we studied that a lot of the countries have targeted 2040, 2050. So we pegged it at 2050 as the specific target for a net zero concept. So with that, I just want to link that to the gentleman's privileged speech earlier on climate change. And I think this is a good legislation to concretize, to put action into a goal and through legislation, because legislation has the force to mandate different departments to act together and to reach a specific goal. In the case of nuclear, it's a long topic. I won't go into that, but I just want to inform the body. Since the gentlelady from Antique was our finance chair, we have funded the previous DOE management almost to a tune of 266 million to study the possibility of nuclear being injected in our energy mix. And we should request the Department of Energy to brief us, because that's a large sum of money to study the possibility, the risk, the opportunities, the benefits for consumers. And we have not seen the report from that study. So just to put, again, just to support the scientific-based approach, that study should be scientific and should be in the hands of the legislators, because that will be the guiding document for us to decide whether nuclear energy is beneficial or not. So that's it, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you
Mr.
very
President, I would like to thank Mr. President, the distinguished senator from Valenzuela in the Philippines. On the 2 points that he mentioned, first, may I ask permission to co-author the measure towards a just transition to a low-carbon pathway, the bill or the resolution that he authored, which will be a consultative document empowering the CCC to help the DOE and other agencies. And second, yes, I would agree. I would be excited to have a DOE briefing from what we funded in previous Congresses. So I thank the distinguished gentleman, the expert on energy, for his interpellation, which has greatly contributed to our discussion as well.
Thank you very much to the distinguished gentleman from Valenzuela. We recognize Senator Risa Ontiveros. Your Honor.
Mr. President, may I just ask the Majority Floor Leader how many more people will interpellate? Because I also reserved for a privileged speech, and as has been our practice, if there are a number of privileged speeches, we give time for the next privileged speech to be delivered. No? So I love this topic. I am a big supporter. In fact, I don't want to delay it, and that's why I decided that I won't interpellate. But may I just know, because this is very important, and I'd like our colleagues to still be here when I deliver this speech. Thank you.
Yes, Majority
Yes,
Leader.
Mr. President, the distinguished lady from Taguig is correct that she is next in line. In fact, Mr. President, when the distinguished lady from Antique took the floor, there's no one here, Mr. President, not one person actually advised the Majority Leader that they will interpolate. But as we are all aware, Mr. President, when the distinguished lady from Panay delivered her speech, some of our colleagues are very interested in asking questions, and there's no way we can monitor, actually, Mr. President, or predict who among our colleagues would ask questions. But as far as this representation is concerned, Senator Ontiveros would be the last person, and I'm not even sure if she will ask questions or also do a manifestation, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President, if I may. Salamat kaayo, Mr. President.
Yes, you may.
I was about
After which, maybe if there are no more interpellators, we can close this
Refer.
and this interpellations and refer the speech of the gentlelady to the proper committee. Then we can recognize Senator Pia Cayetano.
Thank you,
Immediately
Mr.
Thank you.
Salamat kaayo,
And I
Mr.
did not,
President.
and just to be clear, I did not mean to cut off the lady from Panay.
Yes, Mr.
I just wanted the timeline, Mr. President,
Yes,
because
yes,
I also
I
have an
understand.
important speech to deliver. Thank you.
Thank you.
Salamat kaayo, Mr. President. In fact, upon standing here, I was going to manifest that following on some of the points earlier raised by the minority leader, and also with the advice of the majority leader, in the interest of time, I was simply going to convert my questions into a brief manifestation out of appreciation for the privileged speech of the gentlelady, also from Panay Island. So for the record, Mr. President, briefly, I appreciate very much, gentlelady from Panay, the emphasis that you and Senator Cynthia Villar gave to the planting and maintaining of the mangroves. And in fact, I am about to refile my bill from the previous Congress on a coastal greenbelt program. Nang ibig sabihin lamang po, Mr. President, ay yung pagtatanim or pagmimintina ng isang 100-meter thick na bakawan, yung mga tamang species ng bakawan sa bawat coastal area sa buong archipelago natin para nga maproteksyonan yung mga coastal areas natin laban sa mga storm surges. And lastly, in my brief manifestation, Mr. President, gentlelady from Panay, gusto ko lang i-follow up just one step forward, at least tatlo, dun sa maraming importanteng issue ni race ni Senator Legarda tungkol dun sa posibilidad, hindi man ng rehabilitation ng Bataan Nuclear Power Plant, kundi yung pagkonsidera ng paglunsad ng isang nuclear energy program. The gentlelady from Panay mentioned the issue of safety standards. And I think it will be interesting once talakayin itong privileged speech sa relevant committee, i-review na at in their time, yung mga nuclear power plants na nagkaroon ng aksidente sa 3 Mile Island, sa Chernobyl, at sa Fukushima were the top of the line. And were observing ostensibly the highest safety standards, and yet nagkaroon ng ganung klaseng mga aksidente. Pangalawa, Mr. President, Senator Legarda brought up the issue of
Adaptation.
No. Also about nuclear energy, Mr. President, the issue of the economics of it. Dahil meron nga po tayong mga mayayamang at libreng alternatibo sa buong range ng renewable energy, samantala kung nuclear energy, wala naman po tayong native deposits ng uranium, plutonium at iba pa. Lahat po yan ay i-import ng ating bansa. Opo, napakamahal. And last but not the least for this afternoon, Mr. President, binanggit po ni Senator Legarda yung usapin ng nuclear waste disposal. Dahil hanggang ngayon po, wala pa rin pong mapatunayan yung mga siyentipiko na epektibong paraan at ligtas na i-store na walang panganib ng leakage ng mga nuclear waste. Nuclear waste that, as Senator Legarda pointed out, mag-deteriorate sa mga half-lives nila, depende sa chemical, over hundreds or even thousands of years. Lampas pa po sa buhay nating mga tao. So just that manifestation, Mr. President, for the record, bilang paghakbang dun sa privileged speech ni Senator Legarda at para posibleng magamit po natin sa committee hearings. Mabuhay, Senator Legarda. Dagan salamat, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Today is the International Day for the Conservation of Mangroves. Mr. President, what a timely interpellation as well. Thank you. And I yield now to, of course, the Majority Leader. I thank all of the interpellators.
Thank you very much, Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. We cannot agree more. And at this juncture, Mr. President, I move that the privilege speech of Senator Loren Legarda, the manifestation and interpellations of our dear colleagues, be referred to the Committee on Environment and Natural Resources and Climate Change, and secondarily to the Committee on Economic Affairs. I so move, Mr. President.
I'd just like to put on record that in my many years in the Senate, and I've experienced with Senator Legarda and Senator Cayetano, they always open Congress with speeches on the environment and health. So they're spot on their advocacies. So congratulations to the ladies. Yes, Majority Leader, who is our next in line?
Yes, I move that we, from the previous question, Mr. President, to refer the speech and
Yes, there being no objection, the speech of the lady senator from Antique and Panay be referred to the Committee on Health.
Committee, Mr. President, on
Committee on Environment and Natural Resources.
And Climate Change, and secondarily to the Committee on Economic Affairs.
My apologies.
Thank you.
I'm jumping the gun on Senator Cayetano's speech.
Thank you, Mr. President.
And Economic
Mr. President,
Affairs.
Yes, Mr. President, at this juncture, Senator Pia Cayetano, the distinguished lady from Taguig, has requested that she be allowed to take the floor on a matter of personal and collective privilege. I move that we recognize Senator Pia Cayetano.
The distinguished lady senator from the city of Taguig and Metro Manila is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's good to see you up there, Mr. President, far away from us, but I know your heart is here on the floor, especially when I deliver this speech.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. With the permission of the body, as my colleagues who have been with me in the 18th Congress already know, this matter is very close to my heart. And I hope in the opening of the 19th Congress, it will also be close to your heart. Mr. President, I received news just a few hours ago that the Vape Bill has just passed into law. Today, the tobacco industry rejoices with the passage of this law. Naloko na naman nila ang taong bayang Pilipino. It is shocking, to say the least, how differently other countries deal with this. In the 18th Congress, we debated and we put on record that some countries have actually banned the use of e-cigarettes, heated tobacco products, and vapes. In the United States, where it is allowed, the US FDA had actually placed dual application for its electronic cigarettes under additional review. Pag-aaralan pa, bago man lang matikman ng mga kabataan nila. Aralin daw muna nilang sigurado. They did this in order to ensure that the e-cigarettes benefit public health. Hindi lang yung wag nakakasama, gusto nila may benepisyo. Tayo, anong ginawa natin? I'll get to that in a few minutes. In fact, in the US, 55,000 flavors were rejected by the US FDA kasi nga walang proven health benefit. And here we are in this country, we passed a bill that has just lapsed into law. That will not even, hindi man lang dadaan sa gate ng FDA, doon na lang daw sa DTI. Isipin nyo, mga kasama, ako may anak, 12 years old. Binilang ko. Pagdating niya ng last year ng senior high, he will be 18. Target na siya ng mga e-cigarette and vape companies. Bakit nangyari yun? Kasi pinasa ng 18th Congress ang bill na yan. You know, dear colleagues, I felt a glimmer of hope during the SONA yesterday when the President repeatedly emphasized that science will be a cornerstone of his administration's programs sa agriculture, sa health, and education. I thought this meant that the vape bill was vetoed. Di pa lang na-report. Because science clearly tells us how harmful these products are. Medical experts have repeatedly said that the vape bill is masquerading as a health measure. What it does is it deregulates. It does not regulate. It is harm introduction, not harm reduction. To say that I am disappointed in the 18th Congress that passed the bill, and with the President for not vetoing it, will not do justice to the millions of lives that will be put in harm's way because of the vape bill. I will divide the discussion into two parts, procedural and substantive. On the procedural issue, how did we get here? Listen carefully, dear colleagues, because this is very interesting, I promise you. The Vape Bill was passed by both houses after BICAM on January 26, 2022. For those who were running for re-election, tandaan nyo yan kasi a few days na lang, magbe-break na, mangangampanya na kayo. January 26. As the campaign went on, I was monitoring and wondering, kailan kaya yan matatransmit sa Malacanang? Dahil, hindi ko dinideny, panay ang padala ko ng prayers, spiritual prayers, and prayers to the President na i-veto niya yan. Tataka ako, March, wala pa. Sige lang, baka documentation, papers. April, wala pa rin. May, wala pa rin. Kalagitnaan ng June, wala pa rin. Hindi pa rin natatransmit sa Malacanang. Ano na nangyari? 5 months passed before that bill was transmitted to Malacanang. 5 months. By comparison, dear colleagues, yung ibang bill, Marawi Siege Victims Compensation Act, was transmitted to the office in less than a month. Foundling Recognition and Protection Act, very close to the heart of my compañera over there, Senator Risa and Senator Grace. It was transmitted to the Office of the President in 2 months. And the Anti-Trafficking Act, again, a bill of our colleague Senator Risa, was transmitted in 3 months. Ito, 5 months. Bakit kaya itong bill na tenga ng ganon? Fina-follow up ko, nasa desk daw ng ating high officials of Congress. Ano kaya inantay nila? Is it because nabalitaan nila na balak i-veto ni Presidente? Is it because ang balita ay kinaladkad pa doon sa meeting kay Presidente ang mga high officials ng tobacco company para makiusap, pero ang sagot ni Presidente, kinuwento niya ang kanyang personal health condition na galing daw sa tobacco, clearly indicating na balak niyang i-veto. Di ko alam. Kwento-kwento lang naman. So eto tayo, 5 months, barely 3 days, just before the weekend na matatapos ang term ni President Duterte, saka pinadala. This poses a lot of questions, dear colleagues. Tama ba yon that the members of the 18th Congress who passed the bill, natapos na yung term nila, natapos na rin yung term ng Presidente, na kung sino dapat magdesisyon, kung i-veto niya yon or ilalaps into law niya, o kung ano man ang balak niyang gawin, dinelay para makarating sa next President? That is a legal quandary, my dear colleagues. And for such an important issue, again, I wash my hands. I refuse to be part of this historical moment where nagawa ito ng 18th Congress. I move on now to the substantial issues. For the information of the newly elected and comebacking members of Congress, the previous law, Republic Act number 11467, Sin Tax Reform Law, was enacted on January 22, 2020. So, timeline. Nag-start ang 18th Congress July ng 2019. By December, napasa natin ang Sin Tax Law. Within how many months? Kasi priority revenue measure yon. Doon nagkaroon ng debate. Senator Tol was actually a proponent of banning. Pero we debated it and, nadala pa natin sa diskusyon. Kung naaalala nyo, well, di naman natin panahon yon. Wala na siguro umabot dito noon. Sa US yung prohibition. So sabi, wag tayong ganun, wag natin i-ban, i-regulate natin. So that decision was made to regulate sin products, including vapes, in the sin tax law. And to regulate it, to be able to collect tax money, we wanted to be sure na protected din ang mga tao. So we passed 3 important provisions in that sin tax law. Number 1, ang dapat mag-regulate is FDA, Food and Drug Authority. Siya talagang may trabaho niyan. I'll go into that later some more. And we also said na dapat ang may access niyan age 21 kasi all over the world, ang move, pati sa sigarilyo, papunta na sa 21. Do you know, is it Australia, that age in Australia? I think it's Australia, I'm having my staff confirm. They passed a law where if you were born this year, you will never touch a cigarette in your life, kahit 18 years old ka na. Ganong katindi ang tobacco regulation in other countries. Anyway, I digress. The third protective measure was only plain tobacco and menthol is allowed. My brother, Senator Alan Cayetano, was the Speaker of the House when this bill was passed. When he was no longer Speaker, the House immediately passed a vape bill, and soon after, in the Senate, my vape bill and a number of other vape bills which were pending in the Committee on Health was transferred to the Committee on Trade, and the Committee on Trade created a subcommittee which was chaired by Senator Recto, and they proceeded to discuss this measure as if it was a trade measure, which is clearly on the record. Secondary ang health. Who cares kung mamatay ang mga bata? Basta yun daw gustong tumigil manigarilyo, may access sila. Well, guess what? You don't need a vape bill para magka-access. Open your phone, dun sa mga may GCash, yan ang unang-unang ad na magpa-pop up. Available po ang e-cigs, HTPs, at lahat ng variations ng vapes without a vape bill. So to say na kailangan ng vape bill para yung mga gustong tumigil manigarilyo, may access, that's a lie. Gusto nila ng vape bill because gusto nilang tanggalin yung tatlong provision na sinabi ko sa inyo. At yun na nga ang nangyari. Pinasa ng 18th Congress under my objections again and again and again. Lowering the age of access to 18, making the DTI responsible for this harmful product, and opening the flavors to more and more flavors, which, as shown in other countries, is the number one attraction to young people, more flavors. The FDA law is clear. It regulates all things that may have an effect on health. Dear colleagues, I was the chairman of the Committee on Health when we passed the FDA law in 2009. The provision of the FDA law states health products means food, drugs, cosmetics, devices, biologicals, vaccines, in vitro diagnostic reagents, and household urban hazardous substances, and or a combination and a derivative thereof. It shall refer to products that may have an effect on health. May effect ba sa health ang vapes? Meron! The proponents claim it's a good effect kasi better daw than cigarettes. O di may effect pa rin, di ba? But this Congress, I hope not this 19th Congress, the 18th Congress decided hindi siya health product. Ilagay natin yan sa DTI. This industry, dear colleagues, is slimy. They have a track record of avoiding regulation. In in 2009, when we passed the FDA law that I just mentioned, it was clearly intended to cover tobacco products. Sabi nga all products that have an effect on health. When the FDA issued regulations covering cigarette products, pina-TRO ng tobacco company yan. Yes, pinangungunahan niya ng Philippine Tobacco Institute. Members include Philip Morris Fortune Tobacco Corporation. Ilang taon yan sa korte kasi ayaw nila magpa-regulate. Excluded daw sila. Special sila. Do not regulate tobacco in the Philippines para lahat ng mga Pilipino ma-addict sa sigarilyo at mamatay sa lung cancer. Yan ang posisyon ng tobacco industry, including the Philippine Tobacco Institute. But guess what? A few weeks later, 13 years after I passed that law, with a few of you here, of course, Lauren was here, a few others, my batchmate, Senator Lito, Senator Jinggoy, Senator Bong, among others. When we passed that law, it's been 13 years. Finally, the Supreme Court said, covered ang tobacco. Covered. It's a victory. Covered. Very clear. The Supreme Court said, tobacco products are undoubtedly health products within the definition under RA number 9711 or the Food and Drug Administration Act of 2009 due to their harmful effects on health As to the health aspect, tobacco products fall under the regulatory authority of the Food and Drug Administration. Marami pa siyang sinabi. Shortcut, I won't belabor the point. Of course, the tobacco industry files a reconsideration. So pending pa rin yan. Tama ba yun? Tama ba yun? Let's decide, dear colleagues, because we can put an end to this now. Now, let me ask you, if we can allow a product that clearly has effects on health, whether harmful, not so harmful, very harmful, you decide, we're not the experts. What's next? Where will the next lobby come from, dear colleagues? As I continue my speech, I will put on my table, I'll put here on my, ano tawag ko dito? My podium, things that are on my table and in my handbag. Yung alcohol na galing sa ating Senate Secretary at salamat. Ang aking Nivea sunblock for my lips. Kasi as we age, we get sunspots, and I have a sunspot on my lip that hopefully is not harmful. It is just hopefully cosmetically unpleasant. Sunblock. Ang aking, ladies, new discovery, 24-hour stay-on lipstick. Mints, eyeshadow, and compact powder. Lahat to laman ng bag ko. What's next? Where will the next lobby come from? Sino dyan na ngayon magsasabi na, huwag nyo kami i-regulate, DTI na lang. Kasi kahit ipahid mo yan sa mata mo, di bali nang mabulag ka. I am now passing around a basket of other similar products that I want you, dear colleagues, to take time to look at. Because this is what we are allowing to happen in our country. Pagbigyan nyo yung mga page na pinapakita nila sa inyo yan, okay? Because I want it to be visually in your head. This is what we are allowing to happen. Paano contact lenses? May see a show of hands, sinong naka-contact lens dito? Meron ba, dear colleagues? Ako dati, pero nagpa-laser ako. O, ayaw nyo, mami. Contact lens. Alam nyo na uso yung colored contacts, di ba? O paano pag sinabing, wag na? Kasi yung arguments that I heard, mahirap kausap FDA, wag na natin lagay sa FDA. Ganon? Eh di palitan nyo yung FDA head kung mahirap kausap. Wag nyo ilipat sa DTI. That's not their job. Now I ask you, all of you have access to the internet on your cell phones, on your laptops, on your iPads, whatever. Check out the mandate of DTI. Saan dyan nakalagay na they are in charge of health? Now, let me take you on a walk through memory lane. I was a new lawyer when I started my job in Castillo-Lamantan Pantaleon Law Offices. And one of our clients was Pepsi, and there was this 349 fiasco. If you remember, yung 349 for the young ones, for those watching, 349 was this promo na pag nakita mo sa Tansan, yung winning promo, you're gonna win something. And nagkamali kasi parang millions of people got a 349 Tansan, which entitled them to, I don't know, millions of pesos. So there was a case. And you go to DTI, because DTI's mandate is to settle these cases. So I go to DTI to look at these claims because kliyente nga namin. But guess what? Meron din claims against soft drinks, you know, it doesn't matter what the brand is. May claims kasi daw pag inom nila ng straw or canned goods, may lumulutang, may ipis, may ano, that happens. Okay, whatever the brand is. The DTI website says, go to FDA. Pero ngayon sa vapes, tayo, Congress said. Kung nabahala, DTI, wala na kaming pakialam sa healthcare ng mga kabataan. Ay, nako. Buti na lang athlete ako kasi otherwise nag-hyperventilate na ako. You know what, dear colleagues? I look at my dear colleague here, Senator Coco. He has a baby. Paano kung ang next na targetin nila, baby wipes? Diaper rash cream. Paano? Sabihin na, wag na. Tagal magpa-approve sa FDA. Wag na, DTI na lang yan. Ganon. O yung pinason ko sa inyo, paano yung insect repellent, dengue? Wag na lang sa FDA. Wag na, tagal eh. Yun lang naman yung sinagot nyo sa akin eh. Tagal. Hirap kausap. Sabi nyo pa, tumanggap ng pera. Eh, tumatanggap talaga ng pera yun galing sa WHO and recognized agencies of WHO to protect healthcare. Alam nyo ba, one of the first things I did when I was a new senator also was I defended my bill on expanded immunization for children. Why? Because the grant of UNICEF on hepatitis vaccines was coming to an end. Pag tapos na yung grant nila, kasi binibigay nila sa poorest of the poor, hindi na tayo poorest of the poor, so bibigay nila sa ibang bansa. So pag hindi natin pinondohan yon sa health budget, mawawala na yung vaccination na HEPA. So I had to put it in a law. Tagal bago pumasa yung law, pero because we took it up on the floor, DOH started budgeting for it. Why do I mention that? Well, I mention that because ganun din yun. Galing din sa ibang agency yung pera na yun. To stop hepatitis. Ito is to stop a preventable sicknesses like lung disease and so many other complications that come from tobacco. And vapes, make no mistake, also has those harmful ingredients. I am about to end. To the new members of the Senate, I hope, well actually, to the new members and to all of us, I hope we remember that every decision we make in every bill will change the lives of Filipinos. For better or worse, your vote matters. Putting at risk the health of our people and future generations through this law will haunt our collective conscience down the road. When we wake up to a generation addicted to vapes, that's on the 18th Congress that passed the Vape Bill and on this administration that allowed it to pass. I have an intern, she's 17 years old. Her friends are all vaping. That, dear colleagues, is the situation. Are you going to listen to the proponents of vape that said, at least hindi sila naninigarilyo? My dears, pag may addict ba sa pamilya mo, sasabihin mo, at least hindi heroin, ano lang, hindi sinasaksak, nilalaklak lang. Ganon? No, if you care about health, you care about health. Cigarettes may be here, but the dangers imposed by vapes and e-cig is still here. It's not here. That's our job, to listen to the science. And I go back to the SONA, science daw. And I am sad because I want to support this administration. The success of this administration is the success of the Filipino people. I wrote to the DTI, the Department of Education, the Department of Finance, because the former Department of Finance supported this. It's not about generating revenue. The revenue is there in the sin tax law. Hindi mababawasan. And I had hoped that we would get the support of these agencies to veto this bill. The usual supporters, of course, came forward, the DOH, the FDA, and the 60 health organizations that know their shit. Sorry, strike off the record. That know their business. They supported the veto of this bill. I am heartened that our new Senate President says that in the earlier discussion with Senator Loren, and I think who brought up the topic of nuclear, Senator Tol, I think. Our Senate President said that he had a different view, then he changed his mind. I'm not commenting on nuclear because I have to admit I'm also one who will study it further. But I'm happy because that is our job, to study. It is not an embarrassment to change your mind. In fact, I pride myself, this may sound weird, but I pride myself in being humble. Because I believe that my job is to always listen to contrary opinions and be persuaded by science. So it is no harm, and that is something that we can still do down the road. So that is our task. We are called to study, to be willing to change our position when the science and evidence calls for it. My heart is broken, but my spirit is not. I will never stop fighting for the health and well-being of the Filipinos, even against strong lobbies of industries and policymakers who choose to support their interests over the Filipino people. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much to our distinguished colleague from...
Sorry,
Yes.
Mr. President, can I just change? I mentioned Australia, that they have this new law which bans the selling of products when you... So even if you're born today, they count 18 years from now, you will not be allowed to purchase those products, even if you're an adult. That is New Zealand, just for the record. Thank you.
Thank you. To our distinguished colleague, thank you for your very passionate speech and your advocacy on health. Majority Floor Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. At this juncture, we recognize the distinguished gentleman from Taguig, Senator Alan Peter Cayetano, the former Speaker of the House, to ask questions, some questions, Mr. President. Thank you.
Yes, to our distinguished colleague from Taguig, my classmate in the 11th Congress, 12th, 13th, and all the congresses that I've been into, you are recognized, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Majority Leader, my brother. May I be addressed, gentleman from Taguig and Pateros, since
Oh,
our
that's
family is
correct.
from
My
Pateros.
apologies, my apologies.
And may I ask the lady from Taguig and Pateros if I can ask just one line, it's a question or two, just one line of questioning, and then maybe one proposal on our rules, and just 2 or 3 manifestations, because the minority leader would like to have time on this important topic. If the lady would yield, allow me to ask a question.
Of course, Mr. President.
Well, first of all, Mr. President, I grew up knowing her righteous anger as an ate. But what you saw today is her righteous anger as a mother. And I guess every single one of us who are elected to this body should really act that when we pass a law, it doesn't matter if we smoke or not, or if we vape or not. The question is, will we allow our children to do so? And para sa kalaman ng lahat, itong pinag-uusapan natin, hindi ko tatawagin batas kasi precisely my question is the validity. But this bill, from 21 years old, papayagan ng bentahan ang 18 years old mag-vape. So kung mahuli ng isang teacher sa senior high school ngayon, ang isang estudyante, ay pwedeng sagutin ng estudyante na ang mga congressman at senador natin ay sinabing pwede na kaming bentahan. Bakit kayo mga teacher ayaw nyo kaming payagan? That's a huge irony that this bill will bring up. And secondly, as Senator Pia has distributed cosmetics kanina para makita natin, the irony nga is that all of this, and I remember reading an article na galit yung gobyerno kasi yung isang nagbebenta ng noodles ay binebenta na hindi naman pumasa pa sa FDA.
Yes.
Samantalang, 50,000 flavors na ang dinisapprove sa US because it's proven to have different negative health effects, no? Masama sa ating katawan, yet nililipat natin sa DTI. But yung aking question is dun po sa proseso at legal. Sa aking pagkaalam, plenary ang powers ng Congress. So the Constitution, and there's a case that is taught to first-year law students that ang powers ng Congress ay plenary, di ba? So ang limitation, syempre, ng batas na ating ipapasa ay ang konstitusyon. Having said that, hindi continuing po ang Kongreso. That's why ngayon po tinatawag natin tong 19th Congress. So meaning, pag nag-adjourn po tayo, madalas gamitin, di ba, yung functus officio, or ibig sabihin, kumbaga sa tao, namamatay. Except that ang Congress ay nabubuhay ulit or naboborn again sa susunod na Kongreso. So my question, actually not only to the lady from Taguig and Pateros, but to this body, and maybe this should be researched by our legal, is that if all of our bills have to be refiled once matapos yung Congress, can a bill that is sent to the President and then wala ng Kongreso, can it still come to life? Meaning the President can do 3 things. Sign it into law, veto it, or allow it to be lapsed into law. But if it is the 18th Congress that passed this law, what does the President, who's presiding over the 19th and 20th Congress, where does he derive his power to either sign it, veto it, or let it lapse into law? So probably if the advocates of tobacco are going to insist that it is now a law, then this will go to the Supreme Court. But I think we in the Senate have to decide ano ba stand natin. Kasi alam kong meron fast break, pero slow break itong ginawa eh. 'Di ba? Yung last minute pinadala. So I'd just like to ask if the our health advocate here agrees or that it is now a law? Or are we ready to question, given that it was passed by the 18th Congress?
Yes, thank you. Dear colleagues, for your information, we often have these debates and they're not always this friendly. So I'm happy that we're starting on a friendly note, and it's something that I think my answer is something that is consistent with the answer that my brother, the representative, well, the former congressional representative from Pateros and Taguig, and now senator representing the whole country, but also Pateros and Taguig, will want to hear. I do believe it is a serious legal quandary, and when I say it lapsed into law, I mean that with a lot of, and I make that statement with reservations because I have my serious doubts if I consider this a law. And I personally felt the burden of convincing the new administration that only had a few weeks to consider this bill, even assuming, and the reason why you give Malacanang or the president 30 days is because his team of experts will weigh upon it. They will ask for the recommendations of their agencies, no? And we're all very familiar with that process, di ba? So in this case, when I'll put this on record, when I called the outgoing administration, they were not really in office anymore. So for them to be able to get in touch with the different agencies to render their position, magkakahirapan. But may alas ako. Sabi ko, patawarin. Tagal na nag-object ng mga agencies na yon. It's all over the news, and those position papers were filed even during the congressional debates, and then later on when we passed it on third reading, and then again when it was passed in BICAM. So those positions of those officials were of public record. But let's move forward to the new administration. Do we assume that they've had enough time to study this? Can they properly advise the president? Kaya nagkakandara pa ako sumulat sa kanila para to bring them up to speed as soon as possible. Because of course, alam kong may lobby. Of course, alam kong kinakausap din sila. Pati nga mga proponents nasa dyaryo na, salamat, papasa na ito dahil makakabuti ito sa mga gustong mag-shift. Kalokohan nga yun, di ba? So I need to present my side. Is there enough time? That's why there is my colleague, my brother's question, which is begging the answer na, can we come up with clear rules on this so to properly guide the president who is tasked to decide if he will support this is clear. Because from my experience, that is very questionable to ask an incoming president to make a decision based on debates and a bill that was produced by the previous Congress. But do we have rules on that? I don't know if that was part of the question. I don't think our Senate rules are very clear. What I do know we have, and the Senate President will be happy because I am going to quote him. Well, it's quoting the rules that he mentioned during our last few days in Senate. And this is Section 62 of our rules. No bill or joint resolution reported out by a committee within 10 days prior to the closing of the ordinary session shall be considered. Yun ang rule. Tapos may exception. Unless it be with the express consent of the majority of the senators present. So bakit may ganon? Kasi nga, kahit tayo in the halls of Congress na nagkikita tayo, eye to eye, we may not have enough time, di ba? Well, I don't want to question the Senate President, but he's nodding his head for the record na I think that's the reason for this rule. Na kung 10 days na lang, hindi ka basta-bastang pwedeng magmadali nung committee report mo kasi nga baka wala ng time na ma-take up ng maayos. E di, by logic, dapat ganun din yung transmittal sa Malacanang, di ba? Yun lang naman ang aking hindi masyadong maiksing sagot sa tanong.
Mr. President, since we have not passed the rules of the Senate for this Congress, may I request that this be one of the topics of the Rules Committee which will review this. It will be a little bit tricky because on one sense, you'd like to put a time period when we should send it to Malacanang. Pero anong penalty? Kasi pag hindi naman pinadala, paano kung baliktad naman ang sitwasyon? Diba na gusto mo ngang hindi mapadala yung bill, pero pinasa na ng both houses of Congress. So there's two sides to this rule that has to be studied very clearly. But definitely, there's no room for, for a play, if I can use that word, whether to delay or whether fast break or slow break, no? Secondly, Mr. President, but I leave this to the leadership of the Senate, whether the legal department should come out with an official stand, because there were times when the Senate, as an institution, stood together in the Supreme Court, but there were times where it was individual senators. So, for example, in the case of Secretary Neri versus the Blue Ribbon Committee, despite having administration and opposition senators, nagkaisa tayo doon na kung anong stand ng Senate pagdating po sa executive privilege at yung powers ng Blue Ribbon Committee. Pero marami pong iba namang cases that it was one or two or more senators and not the Senate who did question this, no? So I just don't want it to be a surprise later on if the doctors or whoever will file in the Supreme Court will ask, is the Senate joining us as an institution? And of course, we cannot join as an institution unless we have a legal opinion, and in caucus or in plenary, we agree with such opinion. No? So that was the proposal. And then if I'll be just allowed, just for a manifestation, Mr. President, if I'm not mistaken, one of the mentors of Senator Pia is Senator Flavier. No? And in fact, I think she was a little bit surprised when Senator Flavier and when Senator Estrada, the mother of Senator Jinggoy, encouraged her to take the health committee. And Senator Flavier was known for being very exciting in his campaigns and very creative. So yung campaigns niya sa DOH, and one of that, if I'm not mistaken, I hope I'm not mistaken, and give credit to where credit is due, yung Yossi Kadiri. Di ba?
That's yes.
Yes.
That was
So, ngayon po kasi yung packaging ng vape, parang it's cool. Di ba? Kaya all around the world, ang bilis po sa mga bata na gumagamit. But they've forgotten that when the tobacco industry started, yan din ang marketing. Di ba? Yung Marlboro Country, Siga-Siga, paglalaki. Can you imagine there was even a ad before, I think this is a Western ad, where a pregnant woman was smoking.
Meron.
Kasi nga, yun ang style sa pagbenta na cool ito. No? So, napaka-importante sa ating mga bata ngayon na malaman nila na hindi cool na magkaroon ng lung cancer or like the doctor representing yung heart doctors were saying na number 1 pa rin cause ng death sa ating bansa has to do with yung diseases sa heart, and smoking and tobacco and nicotine plays a big part here. So my manifestation is simple. Yesterday sa SONA, and Senator Pia was linking this with SONA, President Marcos stated that we need specialty hospitals all around the country. And I think ito yung isa sa pinakamalakas yung applause, no? Aside from yung pagbate sa projects ni President Duterte na malakas din yung applause. But yung pagkakaroon, kasi ramdam talaga ng bawat mayor, governor, kongresista, senador na nandun na kailangan mo talaga ng mga hospital around, no? But I just like to remind everyone na first, prevention is much, much better than cure. So DOH is spending about 200 billion for tobacco-related diseases. So I don't know right now how much to put up a specialty hospital, but I cannot disagree with President Marcos because as early as 2015, this representation filed Senate Bill 2972 that asked to establish a Mindanao Lung Center, Mindanao Kidney Center, Mindanao Orthopedic Center, Mindanao Children's Hospital, and Mindanao Center for Cancer Research and Treatment. This was in connection with a bill of Mindanao Peace and Development. And I refiled that bill and improved on it in 2019 to ask that there will be a Northern and Southern Luzon Visayas, and Mindanao counterparts of the Philippine Health Center, Lung Center, Kidney Center, National Kidney and Transplant Institute, and Philippine Orthopedic Center. And again, in this 19th Congress, it's now Senate Bill 300. But I'd like to point out that health experts keep telling us that it is the primary health care that's more important.
Agree.
No? From the time hindi pa nga sa pagkapanganak pagka nabuntis pa lang, no? Pag nabantayan yan, and yung mga model niyan, yung Thailand, Cuba, yung rural health centers nila plays a big role to prevent all kinds of diseases. Ang point ko, Mr. President, isa sa unang tinatanong sa pasyente, naninigarilyo ka ba? Yan ang isa sa pinaka-tanong. So while I agree with President Marcos na kailangan natin lahat ng ospital na to, kung pupunuin natin ang Pilipinas ng rural health centers, because 40% of all our barangays do not have a primary health center, rural health center, it would do us more good. But my point is, even if we do build all of this, and it will not be easy to do it, if we're going to promote vaping, e-cigarettes, excessive drinking, and all other kinds of vices, baliwala din itong pinapasa natin. Di ba? Para tayong yung mga computer companies nung 1980s na ikaw din ang gagawa ng virus para mabenta mo yung antivirus na program mo. No? So let me stop there, Mr. President, because the minority leader has some very interesting points also to make. But let me leave it to the leadership, to the Senate President, whether the legal department should come up or whether we should discuss this in caucus. So again, congratulations, and I join Senator Pia in her fight, to keep our children safe. Thank you very much. Thank you, Majority Leader.
Thank you very much,
Thank
Majority
you,
Leader.
Mr. President. Like to just put on record that the former Speaker, Senator Alan Cayetano, is also the principal author in the House of Representatives for the establishment of Mayor Johnny Villanueva Memorial Hospital in Bukawi, and that's why we're eternally grateful for that initiative, Mr. President. Just to put that on record. Next to ask questions, Mr. President, is the Minority Floor Leader. I move that he be recognized, Mr. President. Senator Coco Pimentel.
Senator, our distinguished Minority Floor Leader from Cagayan de Oro and the Republic of the Philippines, Senator Pimentel is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Can I be addressed as the senator from Cagayan de Oro City, neighboring Bukidnon?
Of course, sir. Northern Mindanao. Because we have other Mindanaoans here.
Bukidnon is a very lucky province, Mr. President. Our Senate President is from the lovely province of Bukidnon.
Thank you, sir.
Which I hope will benefit from the statement of President Marcos that the undiscovered tourist spots will be promoted.
Yes.
I believe we will be discovering a lot in Bukidnon. So thank you, Mr. President. And if our colleague, the gentle lady, the fighter from Taguig and Pateros will accommodate some questions which will hopefully clarify some of the issues she has raised, Mr. President.
Gladly. I don't really know if people will agree that I was gentle today, but I'll take it.
You always have been, but you're passionate
thank you.
and
Thank
you're
you.
a fighter. And I predict, tell me if I am wrong, that a case will be filed in the Supreme Court, maybe questioning whether or not said bill validly became law.
I'm quite certain. I'm quite certain.
Thank you for that. So
Unless Malacanang on its own will rectify this. But I don't know if that's possible. Because to go back to the question of Senator Alan, it's a legal quandary, no? So what if they say we have no right to act upon that, so it didn't pass into law? Hands off lang kami dyan. Parang bill yan na hindi pumasok. Baka, di ba? Baka naman narinig nila yung pleas ko and they will see it from that angle. Baka. I don't know.
Oh yeah, but ang gagawin kasi natin after the privilege speech, it will be referred to the proper committee, di ba? Ganun ang mangyayari.
Right. Yes.
And when the chairman of that committee hears the subject matter, I hope that the request made by Senator Alan Peter Cayetano for a legal study, an opinion by our legal department on the question that he has raised about this. Kasi Senator Pia raised this question. So 18 Congress passed, both House, Senate, and House yan, passed a bill. Now, requirement of the Constitution must be signed by the President and then submitted at a very late hour, giving the then incumbent President no time to act on the submission.
Yes.
So hence, ang tanong, the basic question is it functus officio? Did the validity of the bill passed by both houses lose its effectivity because of the termination of the Congress? I have my own position on the matter, but I will wait for the study of our legal, and then we will discuss it at committee level. Yes, Mr. President.
If I may just interject, I had a short discussion with the members of the Secretariat. Apparently, there are precedents to this. During the time of Gloria Macapagal Arroyo, when we were very industrious with our Senate President Pro Tem at the time was Senator Jinggoy, in the wee hours of the evening of the last 2 weeks, we passed several measures, hundreds of local bills. Many of them lapsed into law during the time of President Noynoy Aquino.
Correct, yes.
And then I believe they mentioned 2 bills that also lapsed into the time, that were passed in President Noynoy Aquino's term, that were lapsed into law in the time of the President Duterte. So there are legal precedents to this. There are now Republic Acts. So, but we will take it up. We will study it with the legal team.
Can our
Absolutely.
legal department still come up with an opinion?
Absolutely, sir.
Because actually, I was ready to use those examples,
Yes.
those instances.
Thank you.
Plus the argument that the office of the president is a continuing institution also. So once submitted is there. But the interesting point raised by our colleague, but had she not given this privilege speech, we would not have known, is that January 26, 2022, natin pinasa.
Yes.
Pinasa, napasa na sa
both
both houses.
The BICAM was already approved.
Tapos na, touch move na po ang Kongreso.
Yes.
The only thing left to do was to ministerially.
Yes, ministerial duties.
To submit it to the Office of the President. Yun ang magandang tanong.
Bakit
At
inabot ng 5 months?
kung pwede rin sanang masama sa research, sa report, was it on the part of the Senate? Was it on the part of the House?
Well,
on the part of something else? Which could explain
Mr. President,
the delay.
I can put on record what I know, but by all means, I would like it to be verified on the record because we were monitoring regularly, me and the doctors, because we wanted it to be vetoed. So inaabangan namin. And like I said, after Election Day, which is May 9, what is Election Day? Wala pa rin. End of May, wala pa rin. Around that time, and that's where we can get the actual dates, the Senate transmitted it to the House. Mga late May yan. Basta I'm sure after election. So kahit sa Senate, nabinbin yan, dear colleagues. And then nabinbin pa ng mas matagal pa sa House. Mas matagal pang nabinbin doon. Wala na akong magagawa. Walang lumabas sa Senate, nabinbin pa ng mas matagal doon. Pero kahit sa Senate, and please correct me if I'm wrong, after election. Ilang buwan yun? February, March, April, May? 4 months? Kaya ako nagbigay ng example sa inyo na yung iba 1 month lang, 2 months lang. May malice. Sorry. But that is I am entitled to my opinion, and in my opinion, there was malice. And to go back lang to the hypothetical question His Honor raised, the discussion earlier that we had, na may president, number one, may nag-question ba nun? Like a crime. Kung walang nagsumbong ng crime, tapos may isang accused, tapos sabihin, bakit nung nakaraang mga taon, ang daming nagbababaril dito, hindi sila hulihin mo? We all know, Mr. Chief of Police. Hindi uubra yung excuse na yun, di ba? Pasensya ka, ikaw ang nahuli. Di ba? Yun din sasabihin ko. Kung walang nag-question yun, it does not prevent us from questioning it now. And number two, this particular bill is clothed in bad faith. We already know it's controversial. I already put on record, and you can Google and check the president, the last president, the former president's position on this. Medyo malakas ang ramdam ng industry na i-veto. So it's cloaked in bad faith. Sorry, that is my opinion. You don't need to share it, but that is my opinion.
We shall await the report of our legal department or whoever is assigned by the Senate President as requested by Senator Alan Cayetano. Well, as we all know, there is no perfect law. And in this measure, there are some provisions nga which are not, we could say, not consistent, no, with the parang sintonado, especially the lowering of the age. Kasi if but it won eh. So there's no perfect law. Ganun na nangyari, parang merong ang internal contradiction dun sa law, but it captured the wisdom of the body at that particular moment. So what else can we do, Mr. President, if it's now about the wisdom of the law? Kasi yung making it available to 18-year-old people, medyo sintonado eh. It's not really consistent to say that you want it to be an alternative to smoking and yet you allow smoking at 18. Sinabay mo si smoking, sinabay mo si alternative. So ibig sabihin nun, a person can avoid smoking altogether and go to the alternative. So anyway, there's something wrong because dapat natikman na muna ng tao yung smoking. You want to take him away from smoking and then bring him to supposed to be a less harmful product like a vape product. So,
well, just to comment on that,
Yes.
Your Honor, I made it very clear during the discussions that I had filed a bill to increase the age of smoking to 21. And katulad ng sinabi ko, inulit ko kanina, na around the world, yun na yung movement. Kasi nga, yung brain ng child hanggang 25 years old, nade-develop pa. Pag yan sinaksakan mo ng mga chemicals na nandun sa sigarilyo at ngayon, chemicals, imagine, 55,000 flavors ang na-deny sa US. So yan, lahat yan papasok dito. Asa pa kayong 55,000 flavors lang ang pumasok dito. Baka sa atin, 110,000 flavors. Hindi na ngayon mamamonitor yon, di ba? So my point is, in-offer ko naman yan sa Senate eh. In-offer ko naman yung option na yun sa 18th Congress. Ano ba naman mga hearing sandali yun para sabay na mapasa yun, para 21 years na lahat. So with all due respect, Your Honor, and I love it that you asked me this question, I gave that option to the Congress. Pero minamadaling ipasa yan kasi yan ang hiling ng industry. And masama loob ko na I was not able to convince you because later on, not you, but the body. Because days, weeks later, some of our colleagues would tell me, di mo naman ako sinabihan. It's on record. It's our job to listen. Sorry kung hindi ako magaling magpaliwanag. I keep praying to God. Nagalingan pa niya yung aking ability to communicate. Dahil I was not effective in communicating this very important matter during the 18th Congress, apparently.
Senator Alan Cayetano mentioned yung basic question during primary care na naninigarilyo ka ba? Sa taong hindi nagsisigarilyo ng traditional sigarilyo pero nagbe-vape siya, how is he or she supposed to answer such a question?
Very good question. Ngayon, kasi tandaan mo, Mr. Minority Floor Leader, medyo bago itong product na to, di ba? Kaya nga in the FDA law in 2009, wala namang pinag-usapan dyan na vapes or e-cigs kasi that product did not really exist in the market. Maybe sa ibang bansa, pero hindi pa sikat na sikat. So since bago yan, even the medical industry is still educating their colleagues about it. Kasi clearly, may naloko, and I say it straightforwardly, may nalokong mga doktor na kinukot ng mga tobacco lobbyists na sasabihin na, okay na tong vape kasi natigil ako sa pagsisigarilyo. O di okay, anecdotal yon. But for a doctor to say that, you now clothe the vaping activity with a sense of acceptance, di ba? Doktor yung nagsabi. Eh di okay, ikaw may personal experience ka, but you should not be quoting it because anecdotes never trumps evidence. Di ba? Alam natin yon. Kayo po, mathematician. Alam niyo yan. So, clearly, it will take time to really educate people about the dangers and even assuming nga na less harmful because nga wala daw yung actual smoke, di ba? Ano naman yan? Vapes nga. May harm pa rin. Yun naman yung point eh. May harm pa rin, kaya wag niyong ibalandra yan na parang okay na. Kasi hindi pa rin okay. Pero, kung gusto mong gamitin yon para mapatigil ka magsigarilyo, choice mo naman yan. Pwede mo namang gawin yan. Ngayon, ang panawagan ko nga sa mga doktor na in-endorse ang Vape Bill, nabasa nyo ba? Kasi kayo ba,
i-endorse nyo ba yun sa pasyente nyo na alam nyo na hindi dumaan sa FDA yan? Na kung saan-saan lang galing yung product, i-endorse nyo sa totoo lang, baka ma-malpractice sila.
But now, Mr. President, that there is a new Supreme Court decision, a recent Supreme Court decision, which
I mentioned.
you are a party to, and
Yes,
you won, and congratulations
yes, thank
for
you.
that, no?
I was an intervener with Senator Gilon, who was, I think he was the Senate President. He might have been the Senate President around the time, either at the time we passed the law or at the time we filed the intervention. So yes, we won.
So there's now a Supreme Court interpretation of
The coverage.
2009
FDA law.
and the
Coverage.
TROs, and all the actions taken against it or against its enforcement. Will such a decision, in your opinion, Mr. President, Madam Senator, can it now affect the? Can the decision be used somehow to question some of the provisions of this vape bill?
I believe so, Mr. President. I believe so. Actually,
Especially the section on the provision on the regulator?
yes. There's a particular, para sa kaalaman ng mga kasama natin na wala naman sa 18th Congress, may provision dito sa vape bill kung saan sinasabi dito na ang DTI ang magre-regulate. No? Kahit noon, kine-question ko na, anong kinalaman ng DTI mag-regulate ng isang product nga na defined by the FDA law that has an effect on health? But now I have a Supreme Court decision na nagsusupport noon. Nasabi ng Supreme Court, FDA, trabaho mo yun, na ikaw ang mag-regulate ng mga produktong may effect sa health. Again, ulitin ko, may masamang effect, may mabuting effect, kung ano man yung claim niya na effect, FDA pa rin.
Yeah, I understand the position and the legal argument to cover, but of course we will have to anticipate the counter argument that Congress can change its mind. General rule, exception. Pwede pong ganon.
Mr. President, if His Honor will recall, and even the Senate President at that time, I questioned the sponsor of the measure, Senator Recto, why he was introducing this and changing key provisions that Congress had just passed. No? So ulitin ko, in 2019, pinasa natin yung syntax law kung saan sabi natin FDA ang magre-regulate, 21 years old, and ang flavors lang original and tobacco. So pagdating nung naging batas yan 2020, and then nung 2021, inumpisahan yung vape bill, at kinwestiyon ko na kakapasa lang ng syntax, wag nyo nang galawin yung provisions na yon. Ang sagot sa akin, anytime, pwedeng palitan ng Kongreso yan, anytime. So, yan din ang sagot ko, di ba?
Correct.
Kung maniniwala ang 19th Congress na ang tamang batas yung ibalik sa age ng 21 at ang FDA ang mag-regulate at yung mga flavors nila at kung ano pa man, I will be happy. I will be happy to
Is there
to
a
do
bill? Is there a bill forthcoming?
I have a bill.
So
My second bill, which I
Okay,
think is therefore number 22 ba? Ano ba yun? Top 20? Then second bill ko yun eh. The first 20 bill are Senator Lawrence bill and the next 20 are mine. So I'm guessing, because I haven't seen it, but I think it's Senate bill number 22.
So if there's a bill forthcoming, therefore, this debate or these exchanges of opinion can be continued at the committee level when such a bill is tackled, and if it should pass the committee level, to be continued here at the plenary level.
I would be happy to have those debates, Your Honor.
Yes, very good. So I welcome the filing of such a bill. But then, siguro central din po dito, importante pag-usapan din natin yung FDA. Sa dami ng reklamo against FDA, FDA should also shape up naman siguro, Mr. President. Meron nga akong isang kakilala, change of font sa label. Change of font. Font lang, kasi kailangan years for FDA to act on a change of font of the label of the item. So, nakakalusot eh. I mean, hindi natin din napapag-usapan ng efficiency of FDA. So, siguro, pagdating nito sa committee level, I mean, ngayon pa lang, I'm requesting the presence of the FDA. Of course, and of course, the DTI. Basta, at that point, Mr. President, when we were discussing this, I asked the then Secretary of the DTI, can you regulate the vape products, e-cigarettes. Sabi niya, kaya. Yes, kaya namin.
Mr. President, I'm happy that you put that on record kasi at gusto ko marinig niyong lahat ito. Nung nag-hearing yung bill na yan, ang position paper ng DTI, sabi nila, ang ire-regulate lang nila yung device. Kasi di ako nag-vape, pero familiar ako sa itsura niyan. Yung device niya, yung pinapasok mo sa bibig mo, tas doon nakadikit o doon binubuhos yung liquid na vape o kaya kung sa HTP, yung heated tobacco, doon mo ikakabit yung tobacco, right? Yung device lang daw ang kaya nilang i-regulate. Yun yung binigay nilang position paper sa atin, Your Honor. It's on record. Tapos, nagbago tugtugin. Aba, lahat na i-regulate nila. Pati daw yung flavors. And I said, anong authority nyo? Pati sa website nyo, tinuturo nyo sa FDA yan. Wala silang authority, Your Honor. And I stand by that. Otherwise, let's redefine this whole thing. I will bring DTI to court if they try to do that. So, yun naman sa akin, Your Honor, gusto ko lang, klaro din ang jurisdiction. And on that note, let me just quickly comment. Wala ho akong issue dun sa binabanggit nyo na may delay, may ganun. Kasi we want all the government agencies to be efficient, di ba? Pero hindi natin trabaho, di ba? I think nabanggit din ng Presidente sa SONA yung billion, yung efficiency. I don't know if anyone can
right sizing? Is it right sizing?
There you go. The right sizing, di ba? Hindi naman solusyon pag inefficient itong isang agency na mag-create ka ng bago o palakihin mo yung department ng isa. Hindi ho ganun. Ang tamang solusyon dyan, alamin kung bakit may problema, saan nagkakanda ipit-ipit yan, kulang ba sa manpower? Because, Your Honor, we can dig up the record. Nung chairman ako ng Committee on Health, panayang tulong ko sa DOH and FDA na madagdagan ng budget nila. Balikan ko kayo, sabihin ko na sa mga bago. Ang FDA, ang number ng inspectors nila, nagbago na ng konti, nag-improve na, Your Honor. Pero for the whole time na chairman ako ng Committee on Health, and that was like 10 years, ang inspector nila na mag-iikot sa mga sa mga botika, parang, I don't have the exact number, pero pag binilang mo yung dami ng botika at yung dami ng inspector, once a year lang niya mababalikan yon. So kung may kalokohan yon, kung nagbebenta ng counterfeit drugs, lusot na yan for 364 days, right? Ilang taon yon, hindi man lang nadagdagan yung tao nila. So there are ways to address the problem. The solution is not to transfer it to DTI, which is what happened.
Yes, but at least klaro natin ngayon the FDA is put on notice on this date, no, that when the bills are called for the hearing and as well as this privilege speech, we expect the FDA's presence at the committee hearing.
Dapat lang
po
po.
yan. Kasi
Dapat lang.
kailangan din po talaga silang indispensable po talaga yung mga natanungin sila that they should participate in the process.
Yes.
They should listen to the feedback from the stakeholders and from those required to get some FDA approvals, get the feedback, and then seriously address
Yes,
ano bang
I agree, Your
problema
Honor.
natin. Is it simply manpower or is it competence?
Your Honor.
Baka laboratory ba? O trained people ba? What's the problem?
Your Honor, again, when I was a new lawyer nga, part of my practice was administrative law. And pupunta ako sa FDA para i-follow up yung, either ako ang nag-file ng application ng kliyente namin or i-follow up. Bagong-bago ako noon, dating ako doon, follow up, ganyan. Wala talaga pumapansin sa akin. Wala talaga. This is circa 1990s follow up, ganon. Yung pala, pag Tuesday lang sila pwede kausapin. May ganon. Of course, this was 20 plus years ago. Pero, di ko alam kasi marami pa rin akong narinig na problema, di ba? Hindi na ako familiar doon. Pero may mga ganon na dapat ma-address naman talaga.
So at least we have come to an agreement on that particular matter. The FDA's role, and it's that it cannot escape this issue. It has to also answer the complaints against it. So, and I look forward to the hearing at the committee level, Mr. President. So we'll have more time doon. We have more time at the committee level because I think our colleagues are excited for their chairmanships already, Mr. President. There's another one. So, okay. And
actually,
Senator
your colleagues are excited to partake on the feast that Senator Angara has ready in the lounge
So before I
for his
yield,
birthday.
let me congratulate once again our colleague, Senator Pia Cayetano. Kanina, I congratulated Senator Loren for being so consistent with climate change and the environment. Senator Pia naman sa sa health po natin, sustainable development goals. Ayan po ang consistency ni Senator Pia Cayetano. So we should expect more manifestations of this consistency of our good colleague from Taguig Patero. So congratulations and thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you
Thank
for
you very
your
much
questions.
to our Minority Floor Leader. Senator Estrada is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. May the gentle lady yield to a few questions.
Of course.
Mr. President, I was not a member of the 18th Congress. May I know when this enrolled bill was passed?
So to be clear, Your Honor, and I say this with caution because I do not want to recognize the validity of that law. Pero kung bibilangin nyo yung 30 days from the time it was delivered to Malacanang, ang alam ko June 24. So,
June 24.
July 24. July 24 ang 30 days
When
niya.
was this
So there was
deliberated
an
in the
announcement by the Press Secretary, spokesperson, na lapsed into law. Yun ang announcement coming from Malacanang, that the Vape Bill has lapsed into law.
Did this pass through a bicameral conference committee?
Yes, yun nga po yung binanggit ko na January 26, reported out yung BICAM and passed ang BICAM report in both houses, Your Honor.
Okay, you mentioned the word malice. And if my understanding is correct, there was malice because of the delay of the transmission to Malacanang.
Para
Am I
sa
correct?
akin po, given that the record shows that bills around that time were delivered in 1 month, in 2 months, in 3 months, and given the facts that I am aware of, na the then President Duterte had on many occasions said magvi-veto siya, nagtataka lang ako kung bakit natenga yun, matagal yung hindi gumalaw, tapos nung gumalaw na, sabihin mo ng BC, election, whatever, nung gumalaw, a few days before the administration of President Duterte ended. Bakit? Kaya for me, and it is just my opinion, I find malice there.
Sino sa tingin niyo po may...
Ang napakamahinahon yung magtanong, kaya parang gumaganda yung mga sagot ko, nagiging mahinahon din ako.
Pagka ganyan kaganda hong tinatanong ako, talagang malamya po ang boses ko.
It's my kumpare, my dear colleagues.
Sa tingin niyo po, sino ho yung culprit dito?
Well, Mr. President,
Because of
alam
the
naman
delay.
po natin na there is a strong tobacco lobby. In fact, I want to honor His Honor now kasi we work together on the graphic health warning bill.
Yes.
And alam ko naman, marami naman po sa atin ang may kakilala sa tobacco industry. And ang laki ng paghanga ko sa aking colleague, si Senator Jinggoy Estrada, kasi tinatanong niya talaga ako dun sa mga issues na valid issues. But we debated it and eventually we passed it. At maraming salamat sa iyo because
And I
we did the
supported
right
it.
thing. Yes, you did.
Although I am also a smoker.
Kaya nga ako humahanga sa inyo kasi wala naman sa personal nyo, nakita nyo naman na yun yung tamang dapat gawin, di ba? Kaya sana nasa 18th Congress kayo kasi naniniwala ako na
Natalo eh.
sinuportahan nyo din ako dito kung nagkataon.
Kung nanalo ko, sana sinuportan ko kayo doon sa bill na yun. Yun lang po at maraming salamat, Ginoong Pangulo.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Majority Floor Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just also to put on record that the distinguished lady doesn't need to convince me because during the last Congress, I voted with her, Mr. President. Mr. President, this juncture, Mr. President, I move to refer the privileged speech of Senator Pia Cayetano to the Committee on Health and Demography. I so move, Mr. President.
Mr. President, and I leave it to the Majority Floor Leader, no? Ayun. Okay. Off the record, he answered my question, Your Honor.
Yeah, that's the first part of your speech so that you can discuss it on committee level.
Yes.
Yes.
There being no objection, Chair is none. Motion's approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, as for the manifestations made, especially by Senator Alan Cayetano, with regard to the legalities and all, same be referred, Mr. President, to Committee on Rules. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion's approved.
Mr. President, I move for 1 minute suspension.
Yeah, maybe a bit longer, Your Honor. Are we going to pause for the caucus? I think we need to suspend for the caucus to discuss with our colleagues
that's
the committee
the intention of
chairmanships
this,
and
presentation.
memberships of the committee. So we move to suspend, or there's a motion to suspend session for 1 Senate minute to allow our colleagues to proceed to the lounge for a mini caucus.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President. Mr. President, at this juncture, pursuant to Rule 10, Section 13, in relation to Section 18 of the Senate Rules, I now move that we proceed with the organization of the various standing committees of the Senate by electing the chairperson. I so move, Mr. President.
If there is no objection, the motion is approved.
Mr. President, thank you. And at this juncture, I move that we elect the chairperson of the Committee on Finance, no other than our idol, Senator Edgardo Sani Angara. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, the Committee on Finance Chair is Senator Edgardo Angara Jr. ba yan? Jr. Edgardo Angara. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we elect the chairperson of the Committee on Accounts, the distinguished lady senator from the great city of Makati, Senator Maria Lourdes Nancy Binay. So move, Mr. President.
To the future leader of Makati,
Thank
there's
you.
no objection to the motion. Approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we elect chairperson of the Committee on Public Order and Dangerous Drugs, Senator Ronald Bato de la Rosa. So move, Mr. President.
The motion is to elect the chair of the Committee on Public Order and Dangerous Drugs, our distinguished colleague from Davao, May Silingan in Mindanao. There being no objection, the motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr.
And
President.
elected. Moved
Thank
and
you.
elected.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we elect the chairperson of the Committee on Local Government, no other than the comebacking senator, our beloved seatmate, Senator J.V. Ejercito.
There being no objection to the motion, Senator J.V. Ejercito is hereby elected.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we elect the chairperson of the Committee on National Defense and Security, Peace, Unification, and Reconciliation, no other than the gentleman from San Juan, Senator Jinggoy Estrada. I so move, Mr. President.
It includes peace and reunification. And that's very good. There is hope. There is hope. Mr. President, there being no objection, the election of Senator Jinggoy Estrada is approved and he's hereby elected.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we elect chairperson of the Committee on Ways and Means, no other than the gentleman from Valenzuela, Senator Sherwin Gatchalian. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, the gentleman from Valenzuela is hereby elected to the Committee on Ways and Means.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we elect chairperson of the Committee on Health and Demography, no other than the gentleman from Davao, Senator Bongo. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, the chairman of the Committee on Health is Senator Bongo. Do you hereby elected?
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, this juncture, I move that we elect the chairperson of the Committee on Women, Children, Family Relations, and Gender Equality, no other than the distinguished lady from Akbayan, Senator Risa Ontiveros. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, the gentle lady from Panay is hereby elected.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we elect the chairperson of the Committee on Games and Amusement, no other than the Pinuno of the Senate, Senator Manuel Lito M. Lapid. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, Senator Lito Lapid is hereby elected as chairman of the Committee on Games and Amusements.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we elect the distinguished lady from Ilocos Norte, Senator Amy Marcos, as chairperson of the following committees: Committee on Foreign Relations and Social Justice, Welfare, and Rural Development. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, the lady senator from Ilocos Norte, the distinguished Senator Amy Marcos, hereby elected.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we elect the chairperson of the Committee on Constitutional Amendments and Revision of Codes, no other than Senator Robin Hood Padilla. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, Senator Robin Hood Padilla, my dear friend, is hereby elected to that post.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we elect the chairperson of the Committee on Public Services, no other than Senator Grace Poe. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, the distinguished lady senator, Senator Grace Poe, is hereby elected to the position.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we elect chairperson of the Committee on Public Works, no other than the gentleman from Cavite, Senator Ramon Bong Revilla Jr. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, the good gentleman from Cavite, my compadre, Senator Ramon Bong Revilla, is hereby elected.
Mr. President, I move that we elect Chairperson of the Committee on Higher Technical and Vocational Education, no other than from the gentleman from Sorsogon, Senator Francis Cheese Escudero. So moved, Mr. President.
There being no objection, the gentleman from Sorsogon, Senator Francis Escudero, is hereby elected to that position.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we elect Chairperson of the Committee on Accountability of Public Officers and Investigations, or the Blue Ribbon Committee, no other than the gentleman from Cavite, Senator Francis Tolentino. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, the gentleman from Cavite, Senator Francis Tolentino, is hereby elected to that position.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we elect the Chairperson of the Committee on Energy, no other than Senator Rafi Tulfo. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, the chairman of the Committee on Energy is Senator Rafi Tulfo, and he's hereby elected to that position.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we elect Chairperson of the Committee on Agriculture, Food, and Agrarian Reform, no other than the distinguished lady from Las Piñas, Senator Cynthia Villar. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to that motion, our distinguished colleague from Metro Manila, Senator Villar, is elected to that position.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we elect the Chairperson of the Committee on Trade, Commerce, and Entrepreneurship, no other than the gentleman from Las Piñas, Senator Mark Villar. So move, Mr. President.
The distinguished gentleman, there being no objection, the distinguished gentleman from Las Piñas, Senator Mark Villar, is elected to that position.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we elect the Chairperson of the Committee on Government Corporation and Public Enterprises, no other than the distinguished gentleman from Taguig, the former Speaker of the House, Senator Alan Peter Cayetano. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, the gentleman from Taguig and Pateros, Senator Alan Cayetano, is hereby elected to that post.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we elect Chairperson of the Committee on Sustainable Development, Innovation, and Futures Thinking, no other than from the distinguished lady from Taguig and Pateros, Senator Pia Cayetano. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, the motion of the Majority Leader, to the motion of the Majority Leader, Senator Pia Cayetano is elected to that post.
Mr. President, I move for 1 minute suspension.
Session suspended.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we adjourn the session until 3 o'clock in the afternoon of Wednesday, July 27, 2022. So move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, the session is adjourned until 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Wednesday, July 27, 2022. Have a good evening, everyone.